Okay, bit of audio now. We are live. The Kingborough-Huon Basketball Association presents the 2021 Pre-Season tournament, that is. Now, how much volume do I have on this? A lot of volume. That'd be wide. There we go. First game saw the Grenadiers beat the Phoenix. Won pretty comfortably there. Phoenix with not necessarily 100% of their full side. We have a substitution there for the Wolves. But the Grenadiers looking very, very strong outside of Matty Young. I believe they had a full team in this one. It's Glenorchy leading 31-20, 7:48 into the second quarter. Apologies on the late start of the stream. Some technical issues that were sorted. That's another basket there by Stan, which has had a very strong start to this game. And the Spartans looking to defend their SBL title, won the 2020 Lockout SBL Championship in convincing fashion. So it's good to have them back. That's Noah Johnson taking that three. He's back after 12 months off. That's Dwayne Radcliffe, who's just spinning inside, gets the pump fake up and under. That's good. He'll get an and one on that. You want to jump on? No, she's not. Keep walking. It'll be Dwayne Radcliffe at the line for one. Back in Hobart, misses that. Rebound there by the Spartans. They'll be clearing out through Stanwicks. Run-up MVP last season. He'll look to repeat in that famous number 23. It'll be Matty Smith. Neither Liam or Connor Smith playing today. Somewhat reserved team for Glenorchy. It's a long shot by Stanwicks. Missed. Fighting for the rebound, the Spartans. Stanwicks gets it back again off the glass. Nice finish there. Gino Knar. Joseph to there, and that'll be Stanwicks on the break. You'd think he'd just get up nice and easily here off the glass, and does. 37-22 now our scoreline. Just under halfway through the second quarter of our second game. Playing right through to 6 o'clock here this evening. Again, after our first game, can confirm the Grenadiers defeated Hobart. Again, Hobart not running with a full side, and if that is their full side, certainly a development side. Moving forward, Dwayne Radcliffe spins inside again, easy mismatched. Mouse in the house, needs to capitalise. That's 2 straight possessions, he's missed that one. Stanwicks outlet pass there. And a nice cut again. Matt Smith inside, can't get the roll. And the Wolves will try and clear that out again. 6:04 remaining here in the second quarter from the Kingborough Sports Centre via the West Coast ball connection. Hoping to catch up with Swish's David Bartlett around 12:30, 1 o'clock. Get a chat, see where he's sitting there. Of course, he does some development work here with the Kings as well as a coach. Nicely inside there, the Spartans. And that'll be a timeout there by the Wolves. 39-22. 5:46 remaining in the second quarter. So the Wolves to restart here. Radcliffe, that'd be BJ Radcliffe. Got Isaac Collins, Gino Kennard, Dwayne, his brother, and Noah Johnson here. Kennard comes off a very hard curl at the top there. Takes the body, goes inside, stripped away. Boyd Heather with that outlet pass now. Spartans on a break. Johnson tries to reach, but no good. Easy basket there. And they're running away with this one early, 41-22. And things are not looking good. One of the big stories of the day, the Dominoes. Kennard goes for that one. That one's short. The Dominoes expected, well, certainly that's a fade away from the low block. Lovely shot there. Coming from almost the, well, certainly the second shortest man for the Wolves. Nice fade away there. Spartans go to reset. 41-24. Kick out. Boyd Heather knocked a big one earlier. That one trajecting on target. Just too short. Weighted pass. No good. Spartans steal that one away. 41-24, 4:30 remaining here in the second quarter. Again, live from Show Court 1 at Kingborough Sports Centre. Kick out pass there. Again, fake inside, up, under. Left-handed finish off the glass. And the Spartans again with another basket. 43-24. Again, Radcliffe to Radcliffe. BJ wearing 37, Dwayne wearing 39. Substitution here as Noah Johnson heads off the floor. We'll have a running clock here for all games outside of foul shots. And the last 2 minutes of a quarter. Inside again. Another low block fadeaway. That one's missed. Fight for the ball. They get it back here, the Wolves. They just need to steady. And they do. Back to the veteran in BJ. Gets a screen from his brother. Gets another one, doesn't use it, goes inside. Defended to the deck, and that's an offensive foul. Wayne called for the charge. We will go the other way. Spartans again. Jack Stanwick's the big notable in here. Getting the minutes under the legs. That one's short. He's by his own shot. He gets his own offensive rebound. Second chance points to Boydo. Great hustle there. And that's pretty much been the difference of the two sides so far. 45-24. Inside 3 minutes now in the first half. The Wolves just need to get some offense. Their best low post options have come from guards at 6 foot. We've got 6'5" and 6'7" there in the Radcliffe brothers. That's a mid-range, no good. Dwayne gets that. Goes the drop step. Pivot. Missed that. Isaac Collins trying to come over the top. Wanted to foul, didn't get anything. Need to keep playing up the floor here. The Spartans do just that. They get into the half court with ease, and that's gone up and in. Doesn't matter what the Spartans do at the moment, it just keeps falling. He'll go the line for one, that young man. Shout out there from Glenn, who is doing some assistant coaching with the Southern Wolves. He's not there at the moment. Having some discomfort this morning. He'll be there for the second game. No doubt joining me on commentary as well. That was a big incidental contact there. And they're going inside again, the Spartans, and it's just a layup line here at this point. Big blowout early. 49-24. The Southern Wolves last year, as Dwayne Radcliffe gets inside. Southern Wolves going defeated on the season last year, 0-16. They're going to want to amend that. Again, the Dominoes bringing in their first senior men's side as far as first division is concerned. For the first time in over 30 years, they had a reserves team last year, putting a senior team in this year, and I know they have a reserve women's team as well. Inside 2 minutes, 51-26 our scoreline. And the Southern Wolves need to get something going here. A stop and a basket, back to basics. Will get them in this game. They've got the pieces that can do it. Isaac Collins inside. Bit of mouse in the house. He'll go the line for 2. Hopefully get some points on the board here for the Wolves. YouTube. Do you need me to plug your brand or anything? Or do you need me to plug your brand or anything? Or There's a spare microphone if you want it. Good Lord. Believers missed both there, Collins. Very interesting finish there. And again, the Spartans looking to capitalise. They've got a 25-point lead here heading into half-time. They're going to want to extend that. Bailout pass, another bailout save. And they're just trying to get something going here. Outside shot for the Spartans is what they're going to have to take. No. Boydo. Nope, that is a shot clock violation. 1:05 remaining. Substitution for the Wolves. Catch that one up there. So Glenn will be with us a little later. I'm sure he's tuning in, and if he is watching the link, I'd appreciate it if he would send us a text through to know he's listening, because I can't get back to his message at the moment. Radcliffe uses that screen, takes the mid-range jumper himself. Good. Bottom of the net there. 51-28 our scoreline. The Wolves need to stop in a basket to finish here and a bit of momentum. Bring this back within 20 points. Whether they can do it is another question. Screen used there by the Spartans. Step back, option not there. Pass out to the perimeter. Goes to the baseline drive. Boyd Heather. Matty Smith in support. Doesn't use him. Once a cutter, doesn't get him. Now he gets cutter. Open. Right on the drive. Good finish there. Spartans are just getting everything they want at the moment. 53-28. 25-point lead. Heading into half-time. 3 seconds. Radcliffe, 3. No good. Nothing but air. Long shot is no good. And at half-time, Southern Wolves lead 53-28. We'll take a break. We'll be back with the second half after this. Second half about to get underway. Let's see if the Spartans can keep their roll up. And let's see whether the Southern Wolves can lift. Wolves to the right of screen, Spartans to the left. We've got the screen lock, so we do now have a player list. Collins wanting to go to Radcliffe. It's Fraser Payne nearby. Radcliffe misses that. Rebound by Lockie McCarthy. Matty Smith there. Stanwicks loses that one. Manages to get it back. Sorry, didn't quite have him in front. Matty Smith long three. He started well. Big contested rebound. Dwayne Radcliffe. And we've got the foul there. And we are still staying here. That was a push. So we have Stanwicks, Cooper Hills, Lockie McCarthy, Boyd Hever, Matty Smith. That's Stanwicks for three. He's missed that one. Cooper Hills fights for that one. Goes to drop down, doesn't, gives to Boydo, gets caught in his own traffic. Pass out Stanwicks, goes inside, puts the defender on his backside. Let's see what the referee's going to call here. Now, is that before the shot? That is before the shot. That foul on Fraser Payne. So the Wolves have just sort of kept everything a little quieter at the moment. Nothing too substantial. Lockie gets the ball back again. He's got Stanwicks in support. 6 seconds, need to do something. Goes down the lane, contact from Collins. That doesn't matter. Stanwicks inside, hesitation off the glass. Good finish. Nice, easy basket there. The Wolves will come back up the floor. Inside there to Radcliffe, stripped away. He's got support. Cooper Hills is that support. He goes to take the body. Collins with some good defence there, gets the rebound. So the Southern Wolves are still down, 55-28, 27-point margin. Game high margin at the moment. They're going to need to do something. We'll see what they can do. Radcliffe wants to pull up, wanted to drop down to his brother. His brother wasn't there on the cut. So that is a turnover. Spartans away now. Cooper Hills under the rim, uncontested, and finishes that with ease. Shot there as I just go to answer inquiring minds. I will get back to you on that one, AJ and Marie. Once I know, I will let you know. As far as I know, with previous experience. Not just the newbies. That one gets thrown out of bounds. Bit of rust. So run into one another. It's going to be a substitution. As Tyson Joseph comes in. And gives the ball up to Fraser Payne. My team sheet has disappeared. Try and work back to that one. There we go. Wolves still in the half-court set now. Collins in off the glass, misses that. Tipped away by Heather. There's McCarthy goes to chase that. 6:24 remaining in the third. And Noah Johnson back into the fray. He will come in for Collins, who was sort of lifting his hands, not sure why he's out. Then Fraser Payne inside off the glass. He's got Dwayne Radcliffe in support, who gets that offensive rebound. Good finish there. Brings it back to 25 points. Still nothing exciting there for the Wolves. Corner three missed there by Stanwicks. He's just sort of dropping it up. But Boyd Heather, loose rebound to Cooper Hills, and the Radcliffe boys try and clear that one out. Noah Johnson with the ball now. Trying to set himself here on the broadcast wing. Goes inside, uses a double screen to have no effect there. Radcliffe wanting to get inside. That's BJ. Gets in successfully, uses the left. Good finish there. 23 points our margin. Spartans just trying to find something here. Almost halfway through the third. Lockie McCarthy gives to Maddie Smith, who gets inside. Players in the way. Stanwicks with an extra assist. That should have been Matt Smith's assist. He'll get the hockey credit on that. So McCarthy gives it a little go there. And puts it back out to 26 points there for the Spartans. They are rocking and rolling. Noah Johnson fires away, misses that one. As McCarthy loses the handle on that. Payne back up the floor now. Trying to get inside. Does with some success. Can't get a shot up. Gets the ball back now from Joseph. High arcing shot. No good over the backboard. Just about does it. Timothy Clark checking into the game now for the Spartans. And Cooper Meredith checking in. He's down as Ruben Carlson for some unknown reason. Boyd Heather. Cooper Hills heads out. Spartans looking to reset. They're going to want this one to at least 30 points by three-quarter time. Apologies on the lighting here, ladies and gentlemen. It's that brightness coming from the far side of the court. An alley-oop play by the Spartans. They've missed that one. Rebound by Payne. Screen somewhat used. They're lucky that one didn't pay off as Meredith goes looking for that one. Substitution as Knar and Collins head back in. Payne and Radcliffe heads out. Heads out. No plural there. Meanwhile, Joseph goes inside. Nice little gap there, but they closed that out well. Wanted a foul call. Referees didn't see it. Stanwicks down the floor. He's got a lot of support there. McCarthy, three. No good. Flat as attack. Stanwicks is relocated, though. Uses that very high arcing handle. Three-pointer. Bang. Death taxes operation right there. Good to see the great ALS tuning in. Oh, pass over the top. He's turned his back on the pass. The Spartans away again. It's turnover city, and it's a layup line at the other end. This has been the story of the game so far. We're out to 31 points, and the Spartans are going to want to keep pushing this as we go. 2:45 remaining. And the Wolves have managed to get a basket in. Isaac Collins by the sounds of it. With the captain of the Isaac Collins fan club right next to me. Stanwicks jacks that one up, no good. They're back the other way, backwards and forwards action here. Johnson goes to push through. Kicks out to Isaac again for back-to-back baskets, no good. Rebound there. Good drop down pass. Johnson inside, takes the contact, good finish. That'll be a timeout there by the Spartans, who just want to be able to extend it a little bit more here. 65-38 our margin. It's down to 27 points. And we will just get some information for you. Where did my mate Aaron go? There he is. Again, via the West Coast Ball Connection and the Kingborough-Huon Basketball Association. Thank you, Scotty Boucher, as well. We've got the Kingborough-Huon Basketball Association pre-season games. Two-day tournament. Going right through to about 6:30 tonight. And then through to about 4:30 tomorrow afternoon as well. Spartans bring this one back into play. 65-38. Just over 2 minutes remaining here in the third quarter, and they've got this one well under control here. They'll probably be in cruise control for most of the game now. Matter of seeing how they do. Carthy gets that one. He's got Meredith on the screen there. Kicks back open. Timothy Clark trying to pace inside. Does. Once inside, does. Stanwicks couldn't get the finish though. Good ball movement there by the Spartans as the Wolves are off and running. That'll be a block by Meredith. Very easy call to make there. Wolves with the substitution. It's Chris Oldham comes in as well. He's got the ball now. Going to try and get the most as he can. Kanar into Collins. He's been a little bit of work here in the third quarter. Clark guarding him. Goes inside, nearly loses the handle. And that'll be no score. Hands foul there. Going to the baseline. 1:12 remaining. Clock's meant to stop inside 2 minutes, I thought. Apparently not. We're still going. Again, a running clock for most of these games. You can see the Grenadiers in the background of this shot as Kanar inside. Athletic finish there. He's one of the bright lights of that defeated Wolves team last season. He's going to want to take his game to the next level. He was doing some charges training, certainly last season. I'm unsure of this year. Hoping to lift his game. Matty Smith now. Stanwicks for three. That was a miss. Isaac Collins has been the best player for the Wolves here in the third term, certainly the late part of the third term. They're still down 25. Inside 30 seconds. Oldham, three. That one's way long. McCarthy over the top to Meredith. To Stanwicks, bang! That's a two-handed wham bam jam, thank you ma'am, as BJ Radcliffe goes inbounds to nobody. And that brings up back out to 27. Inside 10 seconds here. So the Wolves are going to want to ISO for this last shot. 5 seconds remaining. Collins, three, needs to put it up, gets the defender, back foot, fires away. Nothing but iron there, and at three-quarter time, 27-40. Southern Wolves playing for pride here in this last quarter. And the Spartans are going to keep their layup line continuing, you would imagine. Final quarter coming up very, very shortly. Final quarter about to get underway. And the Spartans have a very, very strong hold on this game. Little Miss Radcliffe down there trying to go in and see her dad. Won't be happening anytime soon. That's a miss there from the Spartans. Rebound by the Wolves. They're off and running once again. 27 down. They want to make this respectable. And there's Isaac Collins once again on the scoreboard. Again, consistently being their best player so far. The Spartans are down the floor a bit quicker than I would have expected. That's a long three, and that's good. Stanwicks just ticking over once again. A 25-point lead. Long shot there. And you and I both saw how on track that one was nonetheless. Keep heading down. Stanwicks again. Rebound there by Tyson Joseph. We've got Noah Johnson, Payne, and Dwayne Radcliffe on the bench. You've got Isaac Collins, BJ Radcliffe with the ball. Chris Oldham, Noah Johnson and Gino Kanar on the floor. Cooper Meredith, Boyd Heather, no good. Isaac Collins rebound. And still 25 points, 90 seconds gone here in the last term. And the Wolves looking to get something going, make this more respectable or potentially competitive here as Collins firing up another shot, no good. Been the sense of their offense here in the last 5-6 minutes. Just not able to get the success they need. Boyd Heather inside, can't get that away. BJ Radcliffe, they've got a 3-on-3 here, need to use it. Gino Kanar settles down. Got BJ Radcliffe in the corner, he catches that late. Corner shot, nothing but net, not in a good way. Outlates that now to Stanwicks. He pulls up, tries to show him how it's done. There it is. 28-point game. With a little under 8 minutes remaining. The Grenadiers are now in their reversibles. They're back-to-back tops. Back-to-back games, 2 in 3 hours in a sense. Substitution, Dwayne Radcliffe in for Tyson Joseph. 70-42 our scoreline here. So Oldham goes over the top and Meredith nearly gets that. Gets a step back 3, flat as attack. It's $1 million move with a 5-cent finish. And they're going to call a push foul there as Kanar goes out of bounds. Collins now with the ball, guarded by Hills. Goes inside, that'll be Oldham. He'll be heading to the line. Yes. Oldham makes the second. Brings it back to 27 points. Shout out to Marie and AJ watching the game. Hopefully that answer helps the question you've provided. Only it answered more questions for the Southern Wolves offense at the moment, who are down 27, 70-43. This one all but over at half time. Even though a little bit of resistance late. There's Isaac Collins, spin move up and under. That was a nice little finish there by Collins. And there you go, you can hear the fan club in the background. Good Lord. That's a miss. Gino, isolation, he's got a screen, doesn't use it. Options there for Radcliffe, but they go into Collins, who again's working hard, splits the tee. Couldn't get that one to fall. And they managed to steal that one away. Settle down, Gino. He's wide open, doesn't take the shot. Radcliffe wanted it, that's why. Takes a 3, bang. Good finish. Back down to 22. As close as this game's been for quite some time. And we're down to 22 points now. The Spartans probably just want to put a little bit of a cork in the ocean here. We'll see what happens as Maddie Smith moving off ball tremendously. Earns that one, gets inside, takes the contact, blocked. That one by Oldham. Still staying with the Spartans. 2 seconds remaining. We're in red time on the shot clock. As Payne and Johnson come in for Oldham and Kanar. So Maddie Smith on the baseline. Taking in a few deep breaths. Goes to Stanwicks. Needs to get a shot up. Doesn't. Good defence there by the Wolves. Might be their first real stop all game. But they certainly earned it. 4:40 8 remaining. The fourth quarter. 22 points, it's a lot to ask. Seen some big comebacks in pro leagues. BJ Radcliffe, he's been known to pull in a big comeback. There's Stanwicks on the outlet. Wasn't expecting that pass to file through. Saves it. Boyd Heather with the chest mark almost. Saves that past baseline. Not needed. Taken there. Fraser Payne. Nice dribbling up the floor. Wants to take everyone. Hesitation. Radcliffe. Not afraid to put up a shot. Waits for the defender. Stop, pop, lock, drop. Inside of 20 points. The first time in a while in this game. Just trying to make things interesting. Stanwicks for a reply. Gets it. Big shot there. Payne again running the point. Back to 21 points now. Inside of 4 minutes. Southern Wolves looking to get moving. That's Radcliffe. I thought he was trying to steal the ball off his brother then. Does love possession of this basketball. Very hands-on. Very quick pass inside. Collins fading away. No good. Couldn't get the roll. Got a self-censored there. Stanwicks for a reply. Misses that one. And that's a rebound there by BJ Radcliffe. He's waiting for his brother Dwayne to come up the floor. Does now. Sets that screen. Does he use it? Somewhat. Skip pass wanted there by Payne. Doesn't get it. Back out to BJ. Wanted that long shot. Didn't use it. See how deep he is out there. Trying to fight through, and that's going to be a foul on Hills. Let's see what we can get out of Payne here. Driving inside. Johnson inside. Nice layup there. Good open lane finish. Back to 20 points. Spartans just taking the foot off the pedal here. Wouldn't be surprised they just try and let things tick down. See what they can make of this final 2 minutes. That's Meredith, blocked by Radcliffe. And they've called the shooting foul there. They're not impressed. Try and get a perfect camera balance there on the timeout. So referees chat that one over. 2:34 remaining in this one, 73-53. You can hear the talk on the bench at the question. And there's the explanation given. Southern Wolves not very happy with that one. So it'll be 2 shots here to the Spartans. Well, looks to be. Have to double check that in a second. First shot there by Meredith is good. $76.53 at the moment. They make both. 77.53. 24-point margin, inside 2.5 minutes here. Final quarter. Again, the Wolves haven't really been in this one since halftime. But they are certainly trying to lift through. Collins on a double team. Fading away, couldn't get that one over the back by Radcliffe. That'll be a substitution, third foul on Dwayne. So the Spartans just going to play this one out. They're up 24. Good start to their weekend. The Wolves is back to the drawing board. We'll see what they can do there. McCarthy gives to Stanwicks. They give him space though. They don't want to do that. He gets inside really easily. Gives to Clark. Kick out. Hills, no good. Clark with the rebound though. Good reaching, good inside. Hills follows through, misses that one. Can't waste two possessions like that, no matter what time of game it is. Radcliffe again. Back through, contested. Thought he had contact. Not enough there to justify apparently as they come back through. Oh, spin move. Bit of cheek there to try and finish that one as Payne pushing up the floor with good pace. Inside a minute now. 77-53, still our scoreline, 24-point margin. Payne for three. Didn't look online. Got the result that it seemed to always have in mind. Hills now to Smith. Reach around by Radcliffe, not successful. They go the dump down pass and they've given that straight to Fraser again. So turnovers galore and inefficiency left, right and centre. Payne not afraid to get inside, does. Takes contact, nearly wedges the ball. He's jumped out of his shoe here as Collins and one. Finishing this one out strongly. They've heard every single one of your chants. It's unbelievable, Shana. You're doing really well there. Isaac makes the and one. 21 points the margin there. Spartans out by as much as 30 at one point. Matty Smith goes inside, went the dump down, doesn't get it. And that one's out of bounds. Glenorchy ball. Clock's just running. They're not really worried. Stanwicks to end it, doesn't. Wants to get it up, still does. Drop down, no good. That'll be our final score, 77-56. Spartans win this one by 21. Wolves go back to the drawing board. Next game up is the Grenadiers and the Kings. We'll take a brief break, and we hope that you can join us for that as well. Shana, you want to make one of those big cardboard cutout heads of him? Yeah. 30 for Grenadiers. Oh, Jalen Howard. Yeah, Jalen was Jalen lived down here for ages. He played a couple of games for Sharks. Yeah, he's back in. He moved back at the end of summer. He grew up in Poyney with me. He was on junior teams with me and everything. We got a couple of. I got a Ronnie classic photo when we played when I was 11. 11, and then we played one where we conned them into letting us put the Coiny team in C division. the extra. I get the spare mic out and just sit right there and listen to you all game. Game 3. Grenadiers versus the Kings. Tip taken away there by the Kings. The Kings finishing 3rd last year. Bundled out in the semi-finals after a monstrous shooting display to end the game by the Phoenix. They get their first attempt on the basket, miss. Klapsis goes to tap that one. It'll be a Grenadiers ball. Grenadiers getting the win earlier against Hobart. Second game in 3 hours. Josh Ewell, Alex Bestwick, Samuel, it looks like Louis Taylor and Jalen Howard starting 5 for the green team, for the blue team. That is Bane Shepherd, Luke Klapsis, Michael Klapsis actually I should say. Noah Stratzman, Elijah Pawson, long shot there. Grenadiers as Shepherd gets that one back up the floor quickly. And I will endeavour to get number 22 there for the Kings. Apologies in advance. Backwards and forwards early. Crowd starting to build here as teams come in and out for the game. Hobart in the next game. I do have a schedule written there in the description. If you'd like to follow along, work out what games you don't want to tune into if you're following a team there. Bestwick down low. That one's turned over. Stratzma. Going to want to take another step this year. They've been training charges. Same with Shepherd. A lot of these boys have, in fact. Klapsis inside, loses that one. Who's that one off? We're going the same way. It'll be a blue ball. See what we can get out of this here. Stratzma. Bang. 3-pointer there. Kings take the lead. 3-5. 8 and change still remaining here in this first quarter live at the Kingborough Sports Centre. Show court 1. The KHBA Pre Season Tournament. Only men's teams entered into this tournament. That one's a long shot there. Not enough women's entries to justify for the weekend. And a lot of local girls out with injury due to the start of the NWBU season. Kings inside there. Big grown man move. Nice arcing hook shot there. That extends the lead out now. 7-5. And that is Josh Ewell with a Hulk Hogan arms doing his bit. Taylor to Bestwick. And turn to Ewell. That's Sam with the headband. Former Chargers point guard. Bane Shepherd, he's been doing some Chargers training. Pawson inside. Can't get the finger roll there. One of the best shooters in the league. Jalen Howard, he's back in Hobart. Getting some games under his belt. But Taylor, he's back on the floor too. Haven't seen him for around 12 months at local level. Just trying to push through a nice deep bench there for the Grenadiers as well. With some regular names as well, as you can see. Minty, Latham, Newitt. One of the better defensive point guards in the league, Newitt. Playing with his old Queenstown buddy there in Howard. Speaking of Howard, he just had that 3 put on him there by Stratzma. Played that stretch 4, stretch 5 the last couple of years. Really developed as a player. Someone we've seen grow at local league. That'll be Grenadiers ball in the back court. And they need to get this one over the line quickly. And they do. Barely, and that'll be back court. Yeah, he's jumped in the front court. Very simple turnover. And he did dribble the ball into the back court. Well, that was a pretty easy call to make. And as such, they did. Pawson's got an easy lane. He's got a drop-down pass there nicely. Fadeaway baseline. Good off the front of the rim and off the glass. The lighting's starting to improve here in the Sports Centre as it gets a little darker outside. A lot of sport happening. A lot of pre-season action happening in all sports around the south of the state today. Quick shout out to Ronnie, who is not with us today. Louis Taylor up and under. Gets the defender in the air. Stratzman thought he had him blocked. He managed to call a shooting foul there on the arms. Mark Nash coaching the Kings there. Don't know how impressed he was with that one. That's the call they've made. We'll put Taylor on the line. Substitutions. That sees young Caleb Nash and young Nyhouse into the game. 2 shots to Taylor as he makes that one. Shout out to Ronnie, who is not here with us today. It sounds a bit more morbid than I meant it to be, but he's having a day off. He's got a big schedule of basketball, junior and senior, over the next 6 months, so giving himself a day off. He's had a rough couple of weeks, Ronnie, so shout out. Hopefully the day down on the peninsula, hopefully the weather can try and hold up for you. You can get the most out of that. And shout out to Glenn, who will be with us later. Glenn currently just resting a bit of a sore neck. Too many arms on shoulders for the great man, I'd suggest. As Howard gets that one back, he's got an open space here, gives to Taylor. Howard again. That one to Josh Yule, former Chargers point guard himself as well. Howard open for 3. Bang. Good finish there. Back to 2 points. Nyhouse now with the ball. Started getting some real good senior minutes last year. Him and Caleb Nash. There's Nash now. Gets the ball. Stratzman stretch. Open. No good. Front of the rim. Nash fighting for the rebound. Couldn't get that. And he's out as well. Oh, got to be a foul there. And it is. Just rode him into the ground. Careless riding charge. Bit of Jamie Carr about that one. Certainly warrant a 3-match suspension nonetheless. It's Josh Yule there. Shout out to Craig and Greg at the RSL. Was likely annoyed there's no Jamie Carr about today. Howard wanted the shot, couldn't get it. It's Nash dribbling into trouble. Needs that skip past to Pawson, gets it. In the Leroy Jetta green shoes. Touch contact there, not paid. Backwards and forwards action here. Grenadiers up the floor through Samuel. Howard fading away, no good off the glass. Nash will now clear on our broadcast side. Skip out there to Pawson. Wanted the dump down, doesn't matter. Pulls up. An air ball from 15 feet. Mark Nash wants a timeout. And he gets it. That'll be a timeout there. The Kings want to talk things over. 12 to 10 inside 4 minutes here. As they all go for a substitution. For Aaron Hornish. Shout out to Aaron. Just answered his text message. If filming it, I hope I got it on camera. We'll see how that one pans out. There's plenty happening around here. Crowds slowly building. Again, the Dominoes are set for their first senior team in Div 1 action for a long time here this afternoon. 2 divisions. We've got BTAS, we've got Glenorchy, and there is one more. I will get the draw up quickly. It's the Isaac Collins fan club. Heads out. She's had enough. Have to get that cardboard cut out. Okay, so Aaron's just going to have a bit of a talk there with the referee. That's probably regarding our backcourt. And we'll see what gets said there. As he comes over towards me. That'll be a question. No. Aaron, our senior ref advisor here for the Kingborough-Huon Basketball Association. Just confirming with some of his referees. Always good to have a senior presence. It's Louis Taylor now. Wanted to get something done there. Can't give us the best. We've taken away now by Stratzman. Gives up to Pawson, who in turn gives to Clapsis. Nyhouse on the screen. Doesn't use it. Stratzman fake inside. Gets inside. Big couple of steps. Nothing illegal there. Gets it done. And another basket now for the Kings. Mark Nash imploring them to play up the floor. Bit of pressure on Newitt, who's known more as a defensive guard. He's quite capable of trying to stay with the best of them. Quite a bulky point guard for his size. A mini Josh Yule, you would suspect. Bestwick was down low on the baseline, didn't use him. Nash takes that one away through the deflections. They're going to go through what I thought was Nyhouse, but that was definitely Stratzman. There's Nash there, wanted to pull up, uses his step. Defender just in the way there. That one will be on Taylor. Or have we called it off? Let's have a look here. No, it definitely was a block there. As I quickly just go through, shout out to the Dominoes Basketball Club, of who I am referencing the draw from today. So there you go. The Dominoes are playing 12, 3 and 5 today. So the next game will be the Dominoes hitting the court in the senior men's competition for the first time in 35 years after their reserves team made a comeback last year. Up and under from Shepherd, no good. Taylor with the rebound. Had some options. That's Samuel there. Caught his own long dribble. That one's missed. Pawson gets that foul there by Newt in the arms. Have a look here. Shout out to all of our clubs and associations who are participating today. Certainly must thank them for that. And we've actually got a Grenadiers ball. So I was confused there. I thought that foul was going to be on Newitt. I have to apologise to the great man there. That certainly wasn't the case. Substitutions have occurred. Taylor baseline fadeaway. That's good. Tommy Nyhouse contests that to the point where he put him on his backside, picks him back up. Pawson again. Kings really up on momentum. Shepherd likes a three. Doesn't make that one. And they're going to continue to push through here again. A big thank you to all our clubs and associations who are involved in today's games. That will be our 5 men's teams from last year. BTAS Under 18 team. And the Dominoes. As we quickly go and have a look, I need to find where this fixture is at. So yes, at 12 o'clock it'll be Dominoes versus Hobart. Div 1, Glenorchy, the Southern Wolves and the BTAS Under 18s men. Div 2, the Kings, the Grenadiers, the Dominoes and the Hobart Phoenix. So 2 divisions, 7 teams. Most teams playing 3 games. I believe everyone in Pool B is playing 3 games. Everyone in Pool A is playing 2 games. Semi-finals tomorrow. Playoff spots. Semis. As I just mentioned. Straight down the middle. That will be a block though. Newitt not quite set. Going the other way. Questions being asked. Again. So tomorrow we will see 2 semi-finals. A playoff game for 5th and 6th. Playoff game for 3rd and 4th. And then the grand final. So those games between 10 and 2 o'clock. Likely not finishing till towards 4. 15 seconds remaining. Fadeaway on the baseline. It's been a very successful shot here for the Kings so far. We've got 10 seconds to go. Grenadiers are going to walk this one up the floor. Taylor, they've got 5 seconds. Need to get something going. Taylor wants to pull up. Skip pass. Latham blocked. That's a big finish there. And at quarter time, 16-12. Kings getting the lead over the Grenadiers. So you better go and get a team sheet for this one. Nothing beats a time delay, watching yourself run backwards and forwards on the court, realising how physically unfit you really are. Yep, and on the replay, that's why I stick to staying behind the camera. Quarter time, it is 12-16 with the Kings in the lead. They get into a half-court set pretty early here. Shepherd, bounce pass inside, that's a hold. Wanted a hook there, Latham. but that is not the case. As we look there, Lucas Simpson, sorry, number 30, apologies there, and it is Michael Klapsis. Stratsma for 3, no good. Missed the rebound. Mason Brezencek, notably not there for the Kings, played last year, suffered a severe ankle injury last year actually, which he struggled to recover from in the end. Knew it inside. Really getting it done there. The BDP chat will be enjoying that one. Especially once we clip up the 3 highlights he's going to have. Nonetheless, Shepherd 3, no good. That one's long, that'll be a violation. And that'll be Yule, Newitt, Latham. Looks like Minty, who's come off a practice game last night. And for the Grenadiers, number 23, Harry Griffiths. And they're just going to let him take it from there. 14-16 our scoreline. This one a bit closer than I think either team would enjoy. That is the Mint man to Newitt. Wants to go inside, slows that down. Give off Latham, 3. Bah, around the rim. Minty fighting in for the rebound. He's going to be cautious. Hasn't played footy for 3 years. He'll be pretty sore. And, of course, that knee injury that cost him some of his season. That should be a team fine there by Shepherd. Missed an open layup. Rebound, well, the alley-oop there to Griffiths, who, while a confident young man, I don't think was going to get that, as Simpson. Sort of causes a bit of havoc down low there. And I think they want to ask the question of what's going on there. They need to press up here on defence, according to Mark Nash, and they do so. It'll be interesting to see how they go from here. 18-14 our scoreline. As Minty looking for someone to pass to, does. Gives it to Griffiths, open 3. Flat as attack, but it gets the job done. And that brings them back to within 1. 18-17 our scoreline. 7:45, dump down. Stratsma, good finish on the baseline. Nice eyes from Paulson. And gaps just keep opening up here for the Kings. They're back out to a 3-point lead, 20-17. And Newitt wants to run a Horns action here. Let's see what he can get out of it. Dump down, Latham. Yule, 3. No good. Basically passed that into the lap of Simpson. Pawson. They try and trap him, they do. Shepherd off the glass, gets the roll. That one much friendlier. Back out to 5 points now, 22-17. Again, live on the West Coast Ball Connection. The Kingborough-Huon Basketball Association Pre Season Tournament. Scotty Boucher on the sponsorship of the laptop. Shout out to the ladies and gents in the canteen for the fluids and the food. Stratsma inside. That's a two-handed wham, bam, jam. Thank you, man. And Mark Nash again imploring his players to be pushing up on defence here. 7 points the margin. Kings really with a bit of momentum here. Coach Jeremy Hill's going to want a timeout, I would feel. Especially if they're not able to convert on this and give up the points in turn. Skip pass, Minty. No good. Rebound, Pawson. They're out here. Stratsma going to take them one-on-one. It goes to Shepherd. Dump down. He slows it down. Skip pass. Stratsma, who's deep there, doesn't use it. Shepherd trying to force a timeout here. No good, but that's a rebound by Simpson. He was stripped. Pawson saves that one. Corner 3. No good. Minty with a rebound. Tries to clear out. Gives it to Latham. It's been a key rotational piece. He's put Klapsis on his backside there. No call. He took a bit of a dive, according to the referees. No flop boarding. Not enough contact to justify. Minty's open for 3. They're not going to let him shoot it, though. That's Josh Yule. Gets a screen from Latham. Doesn't use it. Goes inside. Tries to use his body. Can't. Gets the rim. Minty inside, maybe. Yes. Stems the flow of play. But that one's just gone deep into the bleachers. As the substitution is coming into the game. That'll be Nyhouse and Nash. So what have we got there? Nyhouse, Nash. And that would be Jordan Stratsma. As the question's being asked. And it is definitely on the baseline. It wasn't touched. Meanwhile, again, Jalen Howard checks in. So that'll be Yule, Griffiths, Minty, Latham, and Howard for the Grenadiers. Meanwhile, it's Nash, Stratsma plural, Pawson, Minty inside. Back-to-back baskets here for the Grenadiers. That stems it to a 3-point lead now. They don't need that timeout. Managed to slow things down. We're inside 5 minutes of the second quarter. Pawson wanting a pass option. Gives it to Nash in turnover to Noah Stratzmer. He's got Nyhouse inside, doesn't use it. Stratzmer, kick pass, corner. Paulson, 3. No good. And again, Yule needing help. Latham in turn to Minty. And what have we got there? We got a bit of a travel. I think we do. Violation of sorts, and the Kings have the ball. 4:30 remaining. Again, the brothers Stratzmer. You've got Nyhouse. You've got Nash and Pawson. That one's tipped away. Howard will keep possession there. Again, a running clock for these games. And what have we got here? We've got a timeout. And that would be from Coach Nash. Just wants to address a couple of things there. They've let a couple of baskets, easy baskets slip. And they're just going to have a look at what they can do. 24-21, 4:12 remaining here in the first half. So again, just going over our fixture. The Grenadiers defeated Hobart in their first game. Southern Wolves defeated by the Spartans in the game just previous. You can go back and watch that on our live stream there. You have Hobart and the Dominoes next after this one, followed by the first game of the BTAS Under 18 men there at 1 o'clock against the Southern Wolves. A game which I think will be more interesting than people would assume. You've then got the Kings back at 2 o'clock against Hobart. Dominoes and Grenadiers at 1500. So we will see those guys at 3 p.m. as CJ heads on out. Spartans and the Under-18 men at 1600, and then at 1700 at 5 o'clock, the Kings and Dominoes will finish the day. So game 3 of what's scheduled to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games of action. And we are ticking along nicely. So the Grenadiers will have the ball on the baseline. 4:12 remaining here in this one, in the first half at least. As Yule's getting through, loses the handle, gets it back. They need to get over the line, and they do. Griffiths with a pass. The Grenadiers are looking to set up in the half court as they can. Howard with the ball. We need that down. We need that team sheet back, JB. Let's work on it. No good. Griffiths trying to fetch the ball. Does. Skip pass. Minty. No good. Rebound by the Grenadiers. Yule to restart. Can't do that either. Apologies there to Fletcher, Rose, Nash, 3. Good. I'll endeavour to get onto that one a little quicker next time. The Grenadiers giving up another 3-pointer. It's back out to 6 as Minty regains that one. Camera works a little bit dodgy. The guy operating it's just trying to do everything himself. Fletcher Rose, step back out. Nyhouse guarding him. Harry Griffiths gets the defender there. Skip pass again. Minty inside, contested on the body twice. So we have a bit of a break in that there. So they definitely hit the deck. Zach Minty will go to the line for 2. Couldn't be an error. What do you mean there's an error? Yeah, stream's still healthy, that's fine. Substitutions. And the Kings are away once again, 27-22, inside 3 minutes of the first half here. And that gentleman is not who I thought it was to begin with. Lucas Simpson spins baseline, pump fake off the glass. Big man move. And one, he's going to be a handful. As I see the replay here, catches down low, spins inside, gets the fake, yep, body contact and one. He will go to the line. And just misses that one. Wanted the conversion, but still a 7-point lead here for the Kings. And Mark Nash really imploring for this this pressing defence, which just isn't work. Fletcher Rose now. He's got Alex Bestwick back on the court. Louis Taylor stripped by Simpson, who's really trying to use his younger guards to try and help out here. He's trying to feed that out there. Klapsis wants to pull up, uses the hesitation, gets him out there. Stratsma to Nash. Kick out to Nyhouse. Lucas Simpson for a long two. That's good. He has been dominant in his time on the floor. And certainly looked like almost the best player in the competition from the couple of games I've seen. Oh, I've seen all of them, the couple of games I've recorded. Fletcher Rose inside, gets in front of the rim, can't do that. Nash spiting out. He's got Nyhouse and support back to Nash. Lucas Simpson again on the far side of the floor. Don't let this man isolate. And they're going to give him a bit of mouse in the house. Takes the body inside. Short jump hook, no good. And Bestwick with an outlet pass. That's nearly a shot. As Jalen Howard works inside, wanted a bit of contact, didn't get it. That's an 8-point game. 90 seconds remaining. Nice spin move there by Klapsis. Again, Lucas Simpson in support. He wants someone to come towards him. Wanted a bit of movement. He works inside, tries to seal. He's guarded by Samuel. Probably just a little too small. Good up fake by Nash. Dumped down to Simpson. But they've managed to hassle that. And we're going the other way. Substitution there. There we go. We're running a 1-2-2-D. Trying to look like playing a full court trap. And they're forcing them to chase the ball. Getting inside a little too easy though for Coach Nash. 45 seconds remaining. He'll look to implement that across the day. Have 3 games playing. So this is only game 1 for the Kings. We'll see how they go. Bestwick inside. Took the contact. That is going to be a body foul. He'll go to the line for 2. 31.5 remaining here in the first half. He goes to the line. Makes that one. Makes the second. Brings it back to a 6-point ball game. What I thought was a 6-point ball game. Nope, still 24-31, unless I've missed that score update. We're inside the last 20 seconds here of the first half. Pawson to Klapsis. He's way too far out to score, you would think. Needs some assistance. Stratsma gets open. That's Noah. Can't get after the glass. Shepherd comes over the top. Got a whistle on the play. One's on 8. And the clock's still running due to the confusion. So they're asking the question there. Aaron Clement is on the far side. The question's being asked. That is half-time regardless. Not much going to change. There we go. Mark Nash thought he was getting a finish. So that's fine. Half-time. And it is 24-31. Apologies there. At number 8, Jack Dolliver. Thought I had him called before, but didn't. So apologies there. 31-24 our scoreline. We're halfway through this one. As we quickly just do some social media updates. 31-24 our scoreline, halfway through game number 3. The Kings leading the Grenadiers. Grenadiers in their second game after winning the inaugural game of the tournament. They defeated the Hobart Phoenix. Hobart in their next game. coming up next against the Dominoes, who again, for the first time in 35 years, will have their first senior team. It'll be interesting to see whether the Kings can implement their defence in the second quarter here. Second half, I should say. They've been trying to push through, but it's more setting and implementing. Setting is getting there. The implementing is the next case. You can just see Klapsis talking everyone through how they want to set up. Meanwhile, the Grenadiers are just going to want to keep pushing through again when they play with confidence. They're one of the best teams in the south. But unfortunately, when their heads drop, they do struggle at times. So it will be Dolliver, I do believe, Beswick, Taylor, Yule and Latham starting it out. Let's see how accurate we got there. It is Dolliver, correct. So Yule now gives to Latham. He's up and under inside, blocked by Stratsma. That's Noah Stratsma. Dump down, Taylor driving baseline. Off the glass. Nice finish there, Louis Taylor. He's pretty happy with his efforts there. Lucas Simpson turned his back on the defence. That could have been costly. They're running a horns here. Signalled by Coach Nats. Bestwick trying to get his hand in there. It's a 5-point ball game. And they're going to want to stop here. And that is a high arcing shot. Bit of a whipper-snapper with the head. Going that way, not shooting. That one on the floor. Pawson inside, mid-range jumper, that's good. Nails that one. And the Kings back out to a 7-point lead. Pawson nearly got the steal, would have gone for the dunk there. Dumped down. Shepherd gets that one in, nearly loses that one out of bounds, saves it. He's been doing some basketball. Stratsma can't quite get that one as clean as a whistle. Tip out Pawson, 3-point shot, bang. Good momentum there. Mark Nash wants them straight into defence, and they can. And it's that rotation into a defence that can certainly make them a championship team. The potency of offence is certainly not a question. It's a matter of defending the points they score. 10-point margin. Taylor trying to change that and does. Back to 7. Nice deep three, nothing but net. 8 minutes left here in the third quarter. Again, West Coast Ball Connection in conjunction with Kingborough-Huon Basketball Association and Scotty Boucher. Back to back from 3. No good. Nothing but bricks there. An attempt to build Rome. Dump down Simpson, who was fouled, and he will go to the line. Our man Bestwick, for anyone who follows us, knows that he's never committed a foul in his life. Always fouled, never fouls. Seems to be a lot of those. As Simpson heads to the line. 29-36. Conversion there, out to 8 points. And that defence, about the only problem here for the Kings is that when it breaks down, it leads to open shots like that. But we're down the floor again. The Kings have managed to throw that one out of bounds, back to 6 points. (31-37) the score. Bestwick now again through Taylor. Yule stop pop from the 15-footer, doesn't get it. Lucas Simpson now with the ball. The point forward. Wanted the bullet pass, I thought, but no, that's nicely weighted to Stratsma. And they're slowly working their way through it as well. It's 31-39 our scoreline. Anyone listening, if they'd like to come and chuck a headset on, they're more than welcome for some special comments. Ronnie not in the box. Again, we give a shout out to him. What I describe as some mental health days for him is Pawson inside, easy layup there. Wanted a bit of contact, avoided that. And the Kings, when they really want to turn the Jets on, they can do it. They just need to lock that defensively, nearly a backcourt violation by Ewell. And just to save himself there. And that is Taylor inside as they come across. Throw it away, they do. Quickly recovered there by Latham. That's the other Ewell, that's Josh. The Kings running a very limited rotation. Again, no Matty Young, potentially playing tomorrow. Shout out to him who's dealing with his, well, not dealing with, he's at his daughter's birthday. It's a terrible choice of words. Good finish there. Brings it back to 8. Kings now in the half court. Lucas Simpson. It was sweat there, back of the neck. He's looked really good when he's been able to get some position. They've gone away from that for a bit, the Kings, and Bane Shepherd making them pay when he's got the ball back out to a 10-point lead. We're halfway through the third quarter here. Game 3 of the KHBA pre-season tournament. We will see what they can do there. Latham fading from behind the backboard. That was of no use. Taylor from the car park. Bang. And there's one of their confidence players. You get Matty Young running a point forward there as well, and that makes things interesting as well. 7 points our margin, 43-36. The Grenadiers just fighting back, looking to start 2-2. Simpson for the response, can't do it. Rebound by Bestwick. And while the Kings just need to tighten up a bit here, Coach Nash probably looking for that timeout very shortly. And the coach of the women's Hobart Chargers, getting a bit of pre-season practice in. So not in the women's team, but certainly some coaching. Louis Taylor again. Missed that one. Lucas Simpson. Needed to be the tallest tree in the forest there and got that done. Lapses to Stratsma. He's wide open. Misses that one. It's uncanny for the point forward, or the stretch 4, stretch 5 there. Undersized. Bestwick. No good. Never looked online. At the advantage here of the show court in Kingston. Generally can see everything. 4:20 remaining. Blazing through this game in the third quarter. Pawson gets inside, hop, step, jump, bit of contact, no roll. Louis Taylor with the rebound. And Ewell there to Bestwick. Again, if they're going to be running with a deep team here, the Grenadiers this year, their confidence needs to remain. Samuel nearly loses the handle. He's got a double screen to roll with. Louis Taylor gets free. Nearly loses the handle. Kick ball. We are going the other way. Substitution there, and yep, there's that timeout we suspected from Coach Nash. So as the Queenstown duo of Newitt and Howard check in, they head back to the bench. Yes, there it is, Matty Young not being there due to his daughter Estelle's second birthday, so shout out to Matty, potentially with us tomorrow. But occupied otherwise at the moment. 3:47 remaining here in the third quarter of game 3. 43-36, and the Grenadiers trying to make a bit of a run here. They've got to keep their momentum. Coach Nash just trying to address some of the issues. The main one seems to be not locking in fully with the defensive structure. There's plenty of potent offense about. Again, our next game will be the Dominoes versus the Phoenix. To give you a taste of some of the names that are potentially going to be playing in that game, we head to what I would describe as an available list. Now, how update that list is the other question. And by the looks of it, yep, we are fully updated. So for the Dominoes, it'll be Lockie Rice, Jordan Walker, Jordan Peel, Brody Turner, Brandon Cooper, Caleb Pawson, Callum Fox, Geordie Hargrave, Ty O'Dwyer, and Blake Jones have been listed for the Dominoes. So that will be the lineup for the first senior Dominoes team to take part in any action, as that is a long three by Pawson, rebound by the Kings. Again, for the Dominoes in the last 35 years. Stratsman now on the baseline, wanted to pull up, can't. Tommy Nyhouse uses his body. That's a big human being when he wants to be. And that's good handles there by Yule to break through. Howard pulls up, jump shot, three, bang. Nothing but net. That brings it back to 4 points now, and the Kings probably just need to tighten up a little bit here. Points and a stop, or even back-to-back stops. Build themselves some momentum to get back into their offense. Pawson pulls up. Newitt chases him out. Chased him out well enough too. Nash gets that rebound. Inside to Nyhouse. He wants to use that bigger body. Bumped off it by Yule, who is a big human being in of himself. Ball fake there by Claps. Just goes inside. That's clear body contact. And Louis Taylor trying to make his case, but it's hard when a guy hits the deck like that. Substitution is Minty. And that is not Yule. And Griffiths, sorry. Minty and Griffiths come in. Harry Taylor and Samuel head out. Shot there is good. 39-45 6-point game. Howard in the baseline. Back-to-back baskets for the Grenadiers are good. It's 5 points in this quarter for Jalen Howard. Back to 4 points. And the Grenadiers again playing with that confidence. Griffiths, good defense there. That'll be a foot violation. Stamping on the ball out of bounds. Going the other way, so substitutions there as Stratsman comes in for Pawson. So that will be Griffiths, Newitt, Minty, Samuel and Jalen Howard. The Grenadiers, meanwhile for the Kings, Nyhouse, the Stratsman brothers, Nash and Clapsis in the rotation. 4 point game, under 2 minutes remaining here in the third as Minty goes inside. Goes up off the chest, can't use the glass effectively. Looked a bit of sore there coming down on that one, as he goes to fight in for that one as well. So you're just sticking the foot out there. They're going to keep an eye on that one. Inside dump down, Stratsma corner. Gets a gap inside, takes his steps, goes down, loses the handle. Wanted a call, didn't get it. Howard out to Griffiths, who just slows down. Gives to Newitt, who can't slow down. Backwards and forwards action here. It's a jungle ball. We're going the other way. And what have we called here? For a holding foul on Newitt. Newitt, one of the better defensive point guards. Minty comes across, makes contact on the wrist. As we go to keep an eye on things there. That looks like a Woolcock. Potentially going to referee when he can. Shepherd goes in. Custom grey shoes for the man in grey himself. If anyone has more sneakers than a really active player than Jordan Walker, or more sneakers in a collection than a not so active player in Adrian Gusti, I'd like to meet them. Howard gets that team rebound. One more at the line. It's a 4 point ball game. Make it a 5 point ball game as Clapsis delivers there. And Newitt again, the foul committor with the ball. Trying to run things here with the Grenadiers' second unit. Zul gets that. Minty going to high post option. That's going to be a foul there. Bit of contact on the hands. Nash looking to run a substitution here. 30 seconds remaining. No, there's no attention. Nash wanted a sub, couldn't get it. Bench not playing it, and gets it. He's not happy. He'll go to the line for two. And substitution there as Pawson now into the game. And who's he coming in for? He's coming in for Clapsis. 11.1 remaining. and can't get either to fall. They fight for the rebound. They get it offensively. It's Minty with the ball. And what's happening here? We've just had to stop someone who smacked their jaw. Is there a blood rule here? Because the clock's still running. So that game's been stopped for an injury. And that'll be three-quarter time. Coach Hill's not happy with that. Three-quarter time, 41-46. And the Grenadiers can't believe it. They're wondering why this game had been stopped. It's a running clock. And unfortunately, that's unfortunately how it happens. 41-46. Three-quarter time here. Grenadiers have to recoup. They're now within 5 after threatening to be blown out early. As Mr. Og is there, we will be live streaming, sir. As the boys head down for a pre-game briefing. Again, 41-46, three-quarter time. So a running clock here. I was under the impression that it stopped in the last 2 minutes. That is not the case, apparently. Just a quick review here and the players that we have so far. For the Hobart Phoenix, Jack Howlett, Dwayne Davey, Will Ferguson, Luke Moore, Tom Ferguson, Tyler Williams, Dominic Rogers, Adrian Gusty and Dominic White. Again, we'll be taking on that Dominoes team, as I mentioned, of Lachlan Rice, Jordan Walker, Jordan Peel, Brody Turner, Brandon Cooper, Caleb Pawson, Callum Fox, Geordie Hargrave, Ty Dwyer and Blake Jones. So it'll be very interesting to see how those teams compete. Very young and relatively developing squad there for the Dominoes. But you do have to build a foundation and you do have to start somewhere. Final quarter, about to get underway. Running clock here, and the players and the referees just still somewhat adjusting to that concept. Grenadiers feeling they were robbed of a possession there at the end of that quarter, so they'll come out with a bit of hustle, and they have so far. Yule versus Pawson. Pawson wanting to push the pace here. That's a throwback, and that one's going straight out of bounds. And that's a backcourt violation, so realistically, the Grenadiers will get the first look at it. And they will get a full clock after the violation. Newitt, Yule, Griffiths is Newitt inside, can't get that one to fall. So that was again Newitt, Yule, and Newitt gets his hands to it. Yule nearly loses his feet, goes up over Tommy Nyhouse, and that's a nice finish there. Good start, 3 points the margin. And the Kings just need to settle. They need to get a basket and get a stop here, build momentum, and ideally take the confidence out of the Grenadiers. That was Stratsman to Pawson. Pawson wanting to get inside, splits the defenders. He thought he was stripped. It's a blocking foul. The Grenadiers will take it on the baseline, not from the foul line. So again, Griffiths, Minty, Howard, Newitt and Yule. Meanwhile, it's Nyhouse, the Stratsmers, Pawson and Nash. And there's that loose ball. Minty gets that out to Howard. He's on the run. 2-on-1. Splits the defender, takes the contact off the glass. Can't get that. And Minty just a little ginger to get up there. He's going to have to be careful. Oh, they're out here. Or so I thought, sorry. Miss Stratsman, that's a foul. And he will go to the line for 2. Makes the second. And can we get that up on the scoreboard? No change to the scoreboard. No, it says 5-point ball game, 48-43. It's Griffiths now with the ball. Wanted that shot, doesn't give it, gives to Newitt. Takes a long three, uncharacteristic of him. Big rebound there by Howard. He goes up. Good hustle, good finish. Back to a 3-point ball game according to the scoreboard, 45-48. 2 minutes gone here in the last quarter. And that's another turnover. The Grenadiers playing with confidence. The Kings are just starting to lose control of this one. Newitt wants to pop for a 3 to tie the ball game, can't do it. Nearly a replay. They run into one another and Griffiths cleans it up. Wants a screen. Does he get it? Gets a double screen. Goes to use it on Howard. And there's Stratzman. He's got an open lane. He's just going to easily lay that up. Good finish there. Back out to 5 points. Pawson straight up. So the Kings trying to really establish that defensive presence here in the fourth. They're going to need to. Otherwise the confidence of the Grenadiers will pay out. That was a dump down. No attention being paid. Good idea. Better if someone was on the receiving end. Substitutions. Latham and Yule coming in. That's also Nyhouse, Nash, and the younger of the Stratsma brothers heading out. Meanwhile, it'll be Klapsis, Shepherd, Simpson, Pawson. And the elder Stratsma staying in. And that's nice basketball there by the Kings. Inside to Klapsis. Gets the score there. Shouldn't be any issue whatsoever. Shot by Griffiths. Bang. Nothing but to a 4-point ball game. Going to need a stop here and a basket, ideally, the Grenadiers. But Stratsma working inside. He'll get a tripping foul. It'll be on a baseline. As long as he hasn't hurt himself too much. And yes, we're still on the floor. Get a clock stop for that. We're not. Okay, we are now. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Generally the issue when it's not a formally timed game. Nice crowd here at the Sports Centre. Plenty of people here to see plenty of decent local action. Pull up by Pawson, good finish there. That's the Pawson we've come to expect over the last 2 to 3 seasons. Back to 6 points now, 54-48 I should say. And the BTAS Under 18 team rolling through. They'll be playing at 1 o'clock against the Southern Wolves. That's Samuel inside, dumps down to Latham. Bale out, corner 3, no good, nearly wedges it. Rebound Simpson out to Shepherd. Wants some help. He's got Pawson in support. He's going to pull the trigger from there. Nothing but. Rattles around the rim. That's called a 3. And that's back out to 9 points. The Grenadiers are going to need to stem this flow. Otherwise this double digits late in a quarter, particularly in the fourth quarter, will almost break them, you would have to sense. Jalen Howard now. He gives that back out. Griffiths, the young fella, has been trying to get a bit of energy going. Yule gets a defender in the air, does. Horn substitution. Horn's offense there from the Kings, the substitution. That'll be Minty Griffith. 4:35 remaining. Pawson down to Simpson. He's been big here in this game when he's able to. Gets the spot he wants. Fade away baseline. No good. It's uncharacteristic. He's hit most of those all game. Taylor now with the ball. Takes contact. Wanted the shot. Can't get it. Simpson destroys a double-digit lead. But the Grenadiers are out early here. Simpson just trying to avoid contact. Does. Forces Yule to dribble out. Gets inside. Nice crossover. Goes up and under. Deserved a basket. Couldn't get it. Bestwick gets that, and he's frustrated. A sense of urgency coming over the Grenadiers now. Inside 4 minutes of the fourth quarter. The Kings lead this one, 59-48. Scrappy fight. Last 10 minutes have been fairly scrappy for them. Pawson pulls the trigger. Around the world, no good. But they are starting to settle here. The Grenadiers undoing themselves in a sense. As Yule pulls up at 15, doesn't want it. Had it open. Latham looks online to us. Back iron, unfortunately. Simpson. And that one there easily, Josh Yule puts his hand up. Easy call to make there. Substitution as both Stratsma brothers are on. Timeout called. Bullet pass there from Nash. With 3:29 remaining. This one's all but done, an 11-point game. 59-48. .329 remaining here in the fourth quarter. And the Kings have taken their 3 senior guards out. Over the line there, the Kings. Pawson, Simpson and Shepherd on the bench. And again, the BTAS Under 18 team rolling through. They won't be too far away. Shot there by Klapsis. The scoreboard is ticking over surprisingly. 60 to 48. To it. 13 with 3 minutes to play. Can they do it? They need Terry Rozier. And probably Tony Snell after their efforts yesterday in the NBA. Bestwick, swing. Taylor now at the top. Wants to go back to Bestwick. Does. I've seen him hit game winners before. Up and under. No good there. Taylor fighting. 2 consecutive offensive rebounds. Kick out. Tried to use a screen. Couldn't do it. Deep for Yule. No good. Fighting for it. And they will kick through the younger of the Strathmore brothers. Separated between the numbers 12 and 21. 21 for the elder, 12 for the junior. Nyhouse up high. Dribble into Strathmore. Wanted to pull up, doesn't. Gives to his brother Noah. Can he get the bounce? He can't. Nyhouse fighting for the rebound. Good option. Rebound. Nearly a travel by young Strathmore. Kick out. Nash goes the step through. Gets open. Can't make that one. Bestwick gets the rebound here, so just over 2 minutes remaining. The Kings run away with this one, a 13-point lead. Again, the Grenadiers winning their first game, not able to make the second, and that is a miss there. As the elder Strathmore chases that loose ball, gets that done. Out to Nyhouse. Gains control of that one. Kick out to young Strathmore, who uses a ball fake himself. My God, took a bit of a body there. The elder Strathmore misses that one. Speaking of brothers, there's Yule. Kicks out to Taylor, hit some big shots earlier, missed that one. And they're going to continue to push up here, the Kings. 48-61. There's the Kings at the line for 2. 6-0 foul count here in the 4th quarter. Strathmore misses the first. So that's Taylor, Latham, Samuel, Bestwick and James Newt on the floor. Makes the second. That's a 14-point game now. Kings. And Houston's left, right and centre. A packet of chips over the background. These mics pick up everything. That's why we try and mute them when we're not playing. Newitt passes that one over the top of the rim. Inside 90 seconds now. Kings can run the score up if they choose to, or try and get into some half-court sets with their younger players. Nyhouse now down to Pawson. Sorry, not to Pawson, to Strathmore, who wanted to drop to Nash. Couldn't do it. Strathmore again. Apologies on the lighting here, ladies and gentlemen. It varies depending on what end of the floor and how long we're there for. Doesn't matter what sort of balance we reach for. So the Kings still wanting to try and run process here. See what they can get. As Newitt's gone down, he's slow to get up. 2 games in 3 hours, that'll make him sore. Strathmore goes to go inside. Physical game there. Newitt with a hustle. Taylor now with the ball inside the last 20 seconds. And the shot clock's off. They're just going to potentially play this one out. That one's knocked away by the Kings. And that will just about do it. We'll see whether the Grenadiers can get anything else out of it. Yule from the car park. Passes to Nash. And dribbles that one out. And that'll do us. Final score, 62-48. And that will do us for game 3. We'll take a quick reset and get ready for game 4. That'll be the Dominoes versus Hobart. Okay, so here we go. The first game of the Dominoes in their senior games. It's a great... So again, you're all right, keep going. No stress. We're just getting uniform changes, maybe? Looks it. And they're away. So the Dominoes have won the tap, or one possession at least. They're going to try and run and see how they go here. Up high off the glass, no good. Rebound there, and they're out here, Hobart. Split the D. Caleb Pawson with the rebound. Into Jordan Walker. Pawson, a former Grenadier, and Walker, a former King. Pulls up mid-range, no good. Flat as a attack. Grenadiers in the background there. Cutting drive, hands foul by Davey. That one there by Woolcock. The Dominoes go to the line for their first points. Makes that one. And can't get that one, so 1-0 start to the Dominoes. And Hobart coming into their second game. Lost the first. Looking to make amends in the second. So it's 2 early fouls to the Dominoes. They're going to have to be careful here. Nearly a third almost. They've cleared away with the rebound. Outlet pass, no good. Hobart take that one away again. Again, as you can see, the Grenadiers in that far back corner, trying to console themselves after their game. Dwayne Davey there with the ball. Stop, pop, lock, no good. Rebound by Cooper. And they're away up the floor. So the Dominoes in grey, Phoenix in the black, with the light blue there. Side, athletic move, and he'll go to the line for 2. That'll be a substitution. Dom White coming in for Ferguson. Around the world gets that one to drop. So the Dominoes have started strong here. And by strong, I mean with a lead. It'll be interesting to see just how they're able to format. We've had 3 games so far. This is game number 4 of 9. There's Dom White wanting to pop. Need some spacing there from Hobart. Howlett goes inside. Stripped away, and the Dominoes again starting this one well. Up the floor now. We'll try and run some more through Walker. Cooper, no good. Heavily contested there on the glass. And that's what's going to be the key for them. Davey now. Keep the ball moving for Hobart. That's going to be their key at the moment. Tire these young ones out whilst utilising their basketball smarts. White inside, Howlett outside. He's stepped out of bounds. That'll be a substitution as Ferguson comes in for Howlett. Need someone on the other side to inbound that ball. 6:36 remaining. It'll be Southern Wolves versus BTAS Under 18s next. Got the boys next to us here, and they're just sort of doing some competition scouting. They'll be coached by Nate Brereton, known affectionately down here in the south as Derm. Up and under there, but the Dominoes no good. The big boys are hooked. They're both hooked. And what are we called there? And we are going that way. They're both holding. Clear and evident both holding from here. And we are just going to get a check here. It's working through. Dominoes push up for a shot. No good, as we were just sort of working through some issues there. Hobart let that slip. They're up 3-0 now, the Dominoes. It's 4 minutes gone here in this first quarter. They're going to want to keep this to a low-scoring affair, because if they start running and gunning themselves, it might prove to be an issue. Inside, Dwayne Davey, back out, kick out. Ferguson, three, long, no good. Still trying to tie this game up. And there's Caleb Pawson. He's known for that hustle off the bench. He's going to have to provide senior minutes for that now. Walker loses that, the lab rat. Hobart, heavily contested. No foul there. Rebound there by the Dominoes. He's landed out of bounds. And have we gone substitutions? We have. Ferguson for three. Tie ball game. Will Ferguson with the first points for Hobart in this one. We're tied at 3-3, almost halfway through the first quarter. It's like a game of 20. Hobart will try and clear now. Dwayne Davey running the point. Gives over to Ferguson in turn. He's got Dom White, wanted to skip past, doesn't use it. Playing around the top now. Dwayne Davey on the wing. Coach Gusty screaming for some movement. Gets it, and White at the baseline. He gets dribbled down low. That'll be a blocking foul. Ferguson catch and shoot. Back-to-back threes. And that is a good score there. And big contest at the hoop. Hit the deck hard. Describe that as a hard drive or reckless intent. Walker misses that one. You're going to need to go to the line for a second. Dwayne Davey now with the ball. 4-6 our scoreline. Hobart with the lead. Here's Ferguson. He's the reason why. Can't get the third free throws. Pawson misses the easy one under the hoop. Hobart are going to try and clear out now. And I'm surprised the Dominoes just haven't taken the time out yet, trying to settle things. See how they play out. Dwayne Davey, spin round hook shot. Offensive rebound there for Hobart, couldn't get it. The Dominoes take that one away up the floor. Wanted the pass, can't use it. Tries to take contact. Can't. Inside now. Walker sets, stops, pops, locks, nearly throws that one out of bounds. Ferguson tries to clear that one up there. Big man inside, uses the body. And they're fighting for it. He gets back again. Score there for Hobart. 4-8 is our score line. And again, all the points from the Dominoes have actually come from the foul line. Yet to make a field goal. Trying to talk it into fruition. That hasn't helped. Don White up the floor. He's got Ferguson in support. Gets him. Hits him out perfectly. And still no timeout there from the Dominoes. Thought they'd want to sort of talk it over. Haven't yet to convert from the field. And we're 3 minutes in to the first quarter of their first game. A return to senior basketball. And still no field goals. Maybe another one here. No good. Don White taking that one away. Needs to slow down. Does. Listens to the coach. Waits for his teammates to catch him up. Gets inside with relative ease, and there's another basket. And so Hobart really getting it how they want here at the moment. The Dominoes again, still looking for their inaugural basket in 35 years of senior competition. Can they get it when they get it? Don White interrupts that one. Dump down Ferguson, he's there. No good, offensive rebound Hobart. And that'll be a foul, that'll be a hold. That'll be 5 team fouls, so they'll go to the line for 2. And is that a timeout? Do they still want the timeout? No, timeout not used. Ferguson gives back to the inbounder who misses. White chases that one. Team sheet coming up at quarter time. Ferguson gets around that screen, gives to Dwayne Davey. He can get inside if he wants to. Has Ferguson again in support, who cuts baseline. But it was a shot clock violation, no good. And again, we're inside a minute 30, and we are yet to see a Dominoes field goal. It's going to have to improve very, very shortly. Jordan Walker tries to bank it, no good, forced the shot. Howlett to Davey. First time I haven't had to call multiple in some time. Dump down pass. Went to use it, not efficiently. The Dominoes again breaking down the court. Walker trying to fight through space, can't do it. He's hit the deck hard again. And he's not happy, and that'll be a technical. Easy call there. So that'll be one shot to Hobart. He's not happy. Coach Ogg takes him off. Just to cool him down. Corey Davey in the background giving some instruction. Hobart will take it in the back court. 42.3 remaining. 13-4. And yet to score a field goal for the Dominoes. I don't think I've ever seen a quarter where teams have scored and actually not made a field goal. This could be a first. Especially, well, for my time in Hobart anyway. Dwayne Davey down low, rolls off, wanted to call, didn't get it. Ferguson with the offensive rebound, gives to Don White. He's got Howlett in support. Drop down to Davey, weaved around about 4 of them. Now, can they score here, the Dominoes? They can. That is their first field goal, and it took them 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Davey just counteracts it very quickly with a response. It's the result. 6-15 at quarter time. Hobart in complete control. Second quarter underway. We now have a team sheet to work with. Hobart leading the way, 6-15. As they head up here. Hobart trying to still get something out of it, and Ferguson stepped out of bounds. I think that's the second time he's done it. And I think that's an accidental alley-oop play. They could not have done that deliberately. And they're away here, the Dominoes. Up and through. And a heavy contest there at the rim. White straight into a defender. Howlett threw him 2 touches on the basketball. Dom White for 3, no good. As Hobart have tried to save that. Walker with the ball with Dwayne Davey in the half court. Waits for his teammates, gets him. Ferguson square up, 3, no good. Wants a rebound. Can't get that though. Dom White cleans up that effort too. Hobart just need to reset. Try and get something out of it. Dwayne Davey goes to work through. Jack Howlett. Flatter's attack, no good. Dominoes outlet pass. They're into the half court 2-on-2 quickly, but they're rushing their offense. Doesn't pay off dividends. Hobart clear that out. And execution, not the flavour of the day so far for either side. Davey again gives to White. He's wide open, doesn't use it. Pass inside there. Block. Blocked by Pawson. As they head back down the floor. Number 71 there, Lockie Rice, trying to do. Number 9 from Hobart, Tyler Williams. Good shooting start by Will Ferguson. He hasn't been able to make one there. Cooper, Pawson, Walker. Along with Turner and Rice for the Dominoes substitution. Cam Petrick. And that is a timeout for the Dominoes. As the Dominoes will inbound this one. 15-8 our scoreline. And that's good defence there by Davey, who's hit the deck. Dom White with the ball now. That's a great finish at the rim there. Flatters attack there by the Dominoes. No good there. Dom White with the ball. Skip out Dwayne Davey. Very long too. Uncharacteristic. Nice finish. Tyler Williams and Cam Petrick out there for Hobart, along with Davey, White and Ferguson. He's actually stepped out of bounds. It is the blue line. As evident as you like from our vantage point. So Cooper is out. O'Dwyer comes in. Walker, Pawson, Rice. and Turner. Deflection there, Hobart ball. As, Rice wanted that one. Petrick through Williams-White now from Ferguson. Now Davey wants to get inside and they open the baseline up to him, takes advantage of it, can't score. And the Dominoes are away. Walker trying to play that point, lobs it over the top, fading away off the glass, and that is a finish there by Rice. It's 19-10 our scoreline, halfway through the second quarter. As Dwayne Davey down low on Rice. Misses that one. That's Williams. Takes the contact, and they've called the travel on him. Couple of extra steps. Substitutions. Dom Rogers checks into the game for Dwayne Davey. So Rogers, White, Petrick, Williams and Ferguson in for Hobart. Meanwhile, it's Walker, Pawson, Rice. There's Walker. Can't get that one to fall, but he fights for that one going the other way. Walker, Pawson, Rice, O'Dwyer, and Turner. So Hobart now, it's in a half-court set. Williams, Rogers is there. They use him. What's he do, the big man? Drop step down low, misses that. So they hustle for it. 3:45 remaining here. Pass out there, Petrick with the ball. Rogers mid-range jumper, that's good. Bottom of that net. And Hobart lead, 21-10. 3:30 remaining here in the first half. Game 4 of our 9 games. Jordan Walker not afraid to fire a shot up. We've seen that so far as Petrick and Ferguson forced the double. That one bounced out of bounds. Substitutions again. Jones comes in for Turner. The Dominoes 10. Hobart 21 with 3 minutes to go. It's Petrick with the ball. He's got Rogers down low, doesn't use him. Uses Williams instead, goes to White. White gets that open baseline. Back over to Williams at 15 feet. Nearly jams that, no good. And they try and clear out through Walker. Walker still wanting to find that shot. He's in the lab enough. Needs to start putting it to use here in game. Hesitation, gives it to Rice, who goes to work inside, takes the chest to Rogers, can't do it. Williams with the clean-up. Again, out to Dom White, who gives to Petrick. That one had to be deflected and was. And Petrick just gets an open lane, the back door. No attention paid defensively there. Put that one on green. That is an easy 2 points there for Hobart, as easy as you like. They're going to need to lift that one there, the Dominoes. Pawson through Walker, back to Walker. Still hasn't hit a shot, down to Rice. 3 names you've called the most. Rice with his own offensive rebound, takes the chest, needs a basket, can't get it. Green looking to make up for it. Long shot, no good there from O'Dwyer. There's Dom White, has Petrick in support, has Ferguson who's copped Pawson who tries to dump it down. Ferguson again on the recovery. Gives that ball to White, backwards and forwards here, but really no substance. 90 seconds, Petrick forced on the baseline. Dom White squares up for a jumper, no good. Rice again with the ball. And again, the Dominoes just trying to fall into place, so to speak here. Pawson nearly walks. Easy round the back dribble, fading away, no good. Petrick with the ball on the rebound. Dom White wanted the outlet pass, no support there. Inside a minute in the first half. Hobart leading 23-10. And a lot of back and forth for not much result here at the moment. Rogers with the ball. He's stretched that floor a little bit. He's got Williams on the opposite block. Uses him now. Fakes the mid-range. Spins inside. That's a lovely little finish there. Extends that out to a 15-point game. 25-10, inside 40 seconds. First half of what I believe is game 5. That's a foul. That's going to be on the side. Push. Side ball. Inside 32 seconds. Substitution. As Jones comes in. They're straight into the action here, Dominoes. Utilising that ticking clock. Pawson skip past Walker. Still wanting that field goal. Happy to take a 3. Banks it in. 13-25, a 12-point ball game. Hobart in control of this one. Both sides just need to settle and they need to start converting. 10 seconds to go. Williams gives it to White, who cuts hard, but just out of reach. 3 seconds. White saves the ball. Bailout shot. And they get their own rebound. There we go. Don't know how that one's fallen, but it has. Dom Rogers finishes that one. It's half time, 27-13. We'll take a quick break and get ready for the second half after this.
Who did Kings beat in their first game?
Grenadiers. Contact, more contact.
Is Ron all here today as well as you, or just
No,
you?
he's taken the day off. He's had a bit of a rough couple of weeks.
Is he all right?
Yeah, one of his clients he works with every Friday, a couple of weeks ago, they rang Ronald to let him know he was in palliative care because his bowel cancer, whatever it advanced.
No, that's harsh.
So, and he passed away last Thursday and the funeral was yesterday. So he was going down to Port Arthur for a day. I said, yeah, go and give yourself a break, mate.
Yeah.
Because I think he's got junior basketball and senior basketball from next weekend right through to the end of September.
Yeah. Sometimes you need a break.
He's down tomorrow for the finals though. I said, yeah. I said, don't rush yourself, mate.
It's a nice bit of tech you've got here.
Yeah. Well, we mimicked the NBL 1
Yep.
that they give us in 2019. So we've everything that we got in 2019.
Yep. So have you gone on board this or someone else?
Ronnie brought it.
Ronnie brought it.
Ronnie
Wow.
brought all of it. And I said to him, I said, mate, what are you doing? I said, you should tell someone to help, like,
Charges should pay for it, or someone should pay for it.
Well, I know the Wirecast licence that we got, the club, Hank Petrusen sponsored that, because that was pretty big when we brought it.
Yeah.
And I mean, Darren and that, the club helped with the camera and all that sort of stuff. But as Ronnie said, he uses all of this for BTAS and stuff and all that, so it's more beneficial for all of us.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but BTAS should fucking chip in. They got plenty. Bear in mind, Swisher's happy to help out where we can.
Yeah.
We'll do anything for a few mentions on your live stream.
Oh,
so.
well. Geez, they picked up here a bit, the Dominoes boys. Geez, they've left that open though.
Well, they've got Geordie Hargrave to come in, don't they?
Yeah, I don't know where he's at the moment. So Matty Young's not playing Grenadiers at the moment because he's it's Estelle's birthday.
Oh yeah.
So he's doing dad duties today.
Oh yes, I saw a post about that. Yep.
Geez, they're warming up here, the boys. Hobart might need a time out. Jesus, they won't be happy if they lose this, considering all the talk about them being a reserves team.
Yep.
Is that time out? Focus in.
So you're live streaming this right now, aren't you? Yeah.
Yep. We are live.
But you're not live commentating, obviously, at the minute.
No, but I'm about to in.
Right.
So we are back. There we go, a bit of a muted start there to the third quarter, a bit of a snack break and getting my next guest in, well my first guest, next guest, only guest at the moment. 1902, whatever the funniest.
Never trust the voters, mate. They don't know what they're doing.
Got you. Didn't they get you in?
Oh, once or twice. I left before they got a chance to chuck me out, mate.
I'll find it's to say it's always the way. No, I'll find the link to the phone number to Funniest Home Videos voters line. It's the only way we'll get votes. But David Bartlett joining us here, the leader of the Swisher contingent, a junior coach here for Kingborough-Huon, doing a bit of social media for the association as well. David, good to be down here, and not a bad turnout for a pre-season Saturday tournament, albeit a men's-only tournament. Some interesting action so far.
Yeah, really nice to see a few people in the gym today watching this pre-season tournament. And the other thing that has struck me just in these first couple of games, and we're here watching, of course, Jordan Walker go down the court there for Dominoes.
Caleb Pawson getting the finish there.
Indeed. He's, of course, switched across from Kingborough Kings this year to get a game with him. Before this is the young blokes getting a run in senior men's. Not, and nothing against your older blokes who like to hang on to their careers, but I think it's great for basketball and great for the clubs if the older blokes move out, go and play some B-grade men's or something or other, and let those young guys coming out of under 18s leave plenty of spots for them to play Premier Men's, because that's the future of the sport and that's the future of these clubs. So it's really good to see a lot of those young guys out here. Having said that, that's Dwayne Davey,
leading the way. And,
but
to be fair to Dwayne, Ronnie, who commentates with us, I think Ronnie's only in his 34th year, so Dwayne's only a couple of years older than him, but Dwayne's been around the scene for so long again.
And you see, if you follow Dwayne and his family, of course, on social media, you know how much work pre-season he's been
Dwayne gets fitter and stuff like that, but I mean, you know, I
don't know whether it's Kylie keeping the hammer down on him, but he's looking fit, and actually it's really great to have some veteran experience with these young fellas out there as well.
I think that's one thing. Other than this Dominoes team, you will find most of these senior men's teams, as we got a foul on the floor there, most of these senior men's teams do have one or two senior players they keep in, and I think that sort of helps keep the ego check on some of these young fellas who see it on TV and can do it in an open gym, but doing it in a 5-on-5 situation, a vastly different scenario.
Absolutely, yeah. No, but it is good to see. And look, the truth is, isn't it, JB, that basketball, while it has its constraints, and we can talk about a few of those as we go, it has never been in better shape in Tasmania, or at least the potential future has never been brighter for basketball in Tasmania, is my view. Yeah,
well, our participation rates are through the roof, and again, that reflects on the fact that we want to get our young people through our senior competitions, developing them as players, as athletes, and as young women and young men.
Dom White putting up a floater.
Yes, he's been getting some valuable senior minutes the last 12 months for Hobart, and that's one thing I have noticed with a few of our senior teams. You'll see the young core leaders, especially when you see a Liam Smith and a Jack Stanwicks for Glenorchy, or a Pawson, Elijah Pawson, Noah Stratzma leading the way for your Kings, that while they are young men, they do have some experience, and it's plenty for everyone to look up to. As Walker throws a shot that would not have counted, but
no,
for three-quarters.
I think he might have taken an extra step or two there in his looking Euro step there.
Yes, well, when the Leetzen promo in himself. But
well, I will just mention Jordan Walker there, who's gone from reserve men's Kings last year, and really he was the standout player in the reserve men's Kings grand final, which I think is a great thing, because he was probably tough for him knocking on the door of the Premier League men's at Kings. Hard for him to get a spot there. So he's made the switch here, and he's going to be one of the leading lights at Dominoes. And I think knowing that he's put up over 25,000 shots in the shot lab just in the last 4 months, his shots improved, his game's improved, he continues to do the work, and I think he's going to be a standout player for the Dominoes.
Yeah, I do feel that at times, but no, as you said, it's good to see the Dominoes, who, from what I can gather, their first senior men's team in the A Division in the South for over 35 years. It was their first senior men's team in general for their reason back to the forefront, and again expand the competition and give people opportunities.
Well, all of the clubs, and I don't mean to just single out Dominoes, all of the clubs I observe around the place are just doing great things with their pathways and so on. And Dominoes, with Dan and Ange Ogg and spaces in southern Tasmania for sure, and with that, creating that pathway to get to senior men's, senior women's is really important. And they're, nice
drive by Rice.
Yes, very nice.
Nearly an offensive, wanted an offensive interference there. Pawson getting up.
They might struggle this season, although they're looking okay here against a young Phoenix side. It's great to see, and great just to open up more spots for your Jordan Walkers in senior men's to go and play.
Good veteran move there by Davey on the baseline. Of course, we mentioned Swisher before, David. The founding blocks of Swisher are in the squash courts, no more than 20 metres, 30 metres away from where we sit. We mentioned looking at the old K&D site in the city. Obviously with growth and expansion shows that things are coming along nicely, but how are things sitting as we speak?
Well, look, we started Swisher really, myself and NBL champions Anthony Stewart and Mark Nash, for a bit of a side hustle and a bit of a, an opportunity to, I think, try to give back to the basketball community as much as we could, to provide some facilities that hadn't been seen in Tasmania before as well. And we've done that, and it's proved really popular, and we're really thrilled with the response from the basketball community. We had planned really to be just expanding those squash court conversions into shot labs across Tasmania, but this magnificent opportunity came up to work with the University of Tasmania at their site, the old K&D warehouse site in the centre of the city. We were looking for a city site, and we're looking for a northern suburbs site here in Hobart as well. that opportunity came up. We've now signed a lease, signed a heads of agreement, about to sign a full partnership agreement with the university where we'll be helping them develop what will be a US college-style basketball program to try and attract uni students to Tasmania. We're also developing some grade 11 and 12 pathways programs for them, so more kids who are passionate about sport, passionate about basketball, enrolling in uni and being part of that program.
Sorry to interrupt there, David. This is the first time the Dominoes have hit the lead in this game. So 38-36 Dominoes continue.
Good to see. Not showing my bias, but good to see that young Dominoes team, fighting back from, I think, 10-point deficit in the first quarter.
Yes.
So,
well, we all know you're either for or against your cams usually. That's the way our Hobart structure has always worked. If you're not with us, you're against us.
That's right.
But, I mean, that healthy competition too, I mean, as long as it's healthy, nothing wrong with that.
Well, one of the things too, though, about Swisher is we are very much club agnostic. I mean, people would look at me, Stewie and Mark Nash, of course, as Kings guys, but we really want to work with all the clubs, and over the summer we ran clinics in conjunction with all the clubs. We made donations back to those clubs in terms of cash, so that others can play that might not be able to afford it, and in terms of support to clubs like the Chargers and indeed the Cams all around Tasmania eventually. We need to obviously not go broke. We can't afford to go broke. But I keep saying to the guys, we don't need to get rich. We just need to not go broke, and everything we can give back, we're going to give back. So we are proudly already working with Hobart Phoenix on their Aussie Hoops program. We're working with Dominoes over the summer. We've been working with Southern Wolves over the summer as well. We're doing some Kings clinics. We're just trying to add capacity and capability to what is a volunteer-intensive setup, of course, usually. So if we can help with volunteers and add, that's a good thing for us and a good thing for the sport as well.
Timeout here, 6:52 remaining in the fourth, 41-36 Dominoes leading this one. David, I must say, having heard through different conversations when you guys started the venture of Swisher, I believe that there probably were more pundits than were publicly willing to state it on the venture. It seems like you've actually converted most of those. So as far as community reach and connection, would you say that you've kicked that goal really early and really efficiently?
Well, the Shot Lab was a kind of, over a few beers crazy idea. We noticed that, squash is really dying as a sport. 80% drop in participation in squash over the last 20 years. So what do you do with old infrastructure? How do you repurpose it? For basketball, the thing we're passionate about. And the truth is, we've opened 2 shot labs. We would have liked to have opened more by now, but we've been diverted by the K&D project, but it'll be a good project. Basically, those shot labs during the summer, over school holidays, were pretty much booked out from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. every day of the week. A bit slower now because school's gone back, and that's good. We've got now over 85, approaching 90. I saw a couple of sign-ups this morning, approaching 90 members of our Shot Lab. We expect once we open the 2 big Shot Lab XLs, we're calling them, full 3-point lines in them, in the city.
Nice drive there, deserves a foul, gets it, and that'll send Will Ferguson to the line.
Who's a Shot Lab member, and no doubt he'll make these.
Yes, well...
I don't want to put the Shot Lab kiss of death in him.
Myself and old schoolers, he's now known, Glenn Fairfield, we actually have a rule that if you jinx someone's free throws, you owe them a drink.
All right, I'll tell...
Oh, there's a milkshake.
I see Will coming into the Shot Lab very regularly. Again, what I love about the Shot Lab booking system is...
you're lucky there.
I see all the bookings and I see all the young fellas and women who are really putting in the work,
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to this season to see that work pay off for them on the court, because it will. If you can't shoot, you can't play modern basketball, frankly.
Well, there's a reason that I stick to the Shot Lab and stay behind the camera. Most people would know that. There's a reason I don't record my statistics, and it's because people like yourself are watching them. But
and I might post them for you, JB. But I've got to say about statistics, I wish I had a Shot Lab when I was 16 years old.
100%, and that's one of the reasons I signed up. Dom White, athletic move there. He'll go to the line for 2. But that was one of the big reasons I found myself signing up, David. Number 1, a small enclosed space, you don't have to rebound, and that's something I became better at than shooting. But yeah, it's a good little training mechanism. Yeah, it's only it's the free throw line and stuff like that, but there's so much you can do in there, and I think people sort of don't realise that it's not a matter of just getting there, hitting your free throws, hitting the 45s. hitting the top of the three-point line. If you want to move it out, work on your low post game. I mean, you rang different clinics with Mark Nash over the school holidays. You had Michelle Chopping on board with strength and conditioning and stuff like that. So it really opened up a general basketball pathway for anyone of any skill level to take part in.
Well, I've got to tell you, my free throw shooting's gone from about 28% to about 62%. And for an old bloke like me, I'm pretty happy with that.
Gone from Shaq to Westbrook.
Exactly. But what I have also noticed is, and we've got 5 brand new Dr. Dish ball return machines arriving for our K&D site next week. They are arriving in a big shipping container out the back of K&D. And what I've observed just with my under-18s Shield boys team, I've at Kings here that I coach, I get the Dr. Dish out in the middle of the floor, and the Dr. Dish is not just a great tool for individual shooting, it's actually a brilliant tool for team training as well, particularly I think when you're training 16, 17-year-old boys who, let's face it, have a bit dodgy in the concentration kind of.
Yeah, if you've got a ball firing at you every 3 seconds, you've got no choice but to pay attention.
I set these quite complex drills up for them. Ball comes out every 6 seconds. The drill gets executed within 6 seconds, and you get a many shots up, more shots up than you would otherwise. It's a great training tool. So.
Dominoes still leading here. Sorry to interrupt. They're up by 6, now up by 8. Rice dominating there. David, you've always been an advocate for education. That was probably probably the biggest point of your political career. Have you considered potentially extending shot labs in conjunction with the schools? I mean, I know Kingston High uses here at the Sports Centre primarily as their gym. Have you considered sort of looking at investing into schools and seeing whether they can use it?
At the very heart of what we're doing with the university is, I've got 3 passions in life. One's my family. And the next 2 are basketball and, pathways for young Tasmanians and particularly in education. That's a lovely shot there from
number 59. I do have a team listing.
White getting to the bucket and with a finger roll to answer from Hobart Phoenix.
That was Ty O'Dwyer there for the Dominoes, who put them up by 9, now up by 7.
Nice. So a big part of our deal with the university in return for...
There's a shot lab member.
And that is a lovely shot from Jordan Walker. We'll count that as his 29,000th shot in the last 4 months. No wonder he's shooting so well from long range. He's a living advertisement, I think, for the shot lab. We are the deal we have with the university is very much about pathways for young Tasmanians in education. We're also working now with some... must be 14, 15 different high schools and colleges around the south of the state. On athlete development programs. They're run by the Chargers and Anthony Stewart, of course. But many of those young people, we want to get into programs in the large Swisher XL, we're calling it, at K&D at the moment. And we want to give them opportunities for casual work. Work in basketball, continue with your studies, continue to play basketball through college and university years is really, a big part of what we're trying to achieve there.
As they go inside, Rice gets fouled. He'll go to the line in frustration, sitting in there on the Phoenix. 3:28 remaining. The Dominoes, who were down by as much as 15 in this game, now up by 10. That's a 25-point swing for a side many have seen as just a reserve team, David. But, I mean... energy and confidence breeds more energy and confidence, and as we've seen in this one, that's certainly what the Dominoes have done.
Yep. Dominoes, of course, I think have Geordie Hargrave to come in for the season.
Sure
and,
do.
Of course, Callum Boucher would be missing from this Phoenix team, wouldn't he, because he'd be playing for the Tasmanian team today.
It's his brother, Lockie Boucher, who's wearing number 30. So hopefully I'm commentating basketball and not a 12-round Harley Foreman Fraser special sort of opportunity here. I mean, what's the next step? Obviously, David, we've got K&D coming along. You're looking to get into the northern suburbs, potentially further on the eastern shore, I've heard. What other pathways are we looking to see? We're going to continue just how far as Walker for 3. Flat as a tack, nothing but net.
Jordan Walker has been to the shot lab.
He has turned it up in this second half. I don't know if you saw the first half, but it wasn't worth watching. But he's certainly picked up. Obviously wanting to go further in the state and around.
Access to more facilities in the north and in the northwest, and having facilities there as kind of centrepieces, that will allow us then to probably add another 3 shot labs around Launceston, I think, and probably another 3 through the coast. We would love to. That's a lovely no-look pass from Jordan Walker.
Finish.
He's looking absolutely superb out there.
But no, so there's definitely a plan to expand statewide then.
Yes. Look, we've bitten off a big chunk of money and investment and so on for with K&D. But once we swallow that over the next 6 months or so, we will be continuing the expansion, starting hopefully with the northern suburbs in Hobart, and then I suspect into Launceston, into Burnie. We've discovered. Would you believe we've discovered squash courts? As far-flungly Euros step through the paint. There's a couple of old squash courts attached to the Triabunna Council chambers. So there's plenty of old infrastructure out there being used as just a storage, really, and to help us get those up, and maybe some local support to help, maybe from local clubs or so on to support them. But I think the sky's the limit. If we can make a profitable business out of this, then frankly, the basketball community in Tasmania will be the first to benefit from that. We're already looking for to put in a good cash sponsorship for the Chargers this year, and we'd love to be doing that for the Tawns and the Thunder, and indeed for all the other cams around Tasmania eventually.
League-wide, statewide expansion sounds good. I tell you what will sound good, and that is a big shot from Dom White. Couldn't get that done, but the roar of this, albeit small crowd, for these Dominoes boys, a lot of their mates would be in the state team, and certainly a few would certainly just be backing against Hobart, such is the nature of the game. That's a big shot by Williams, though. Still plenty of time and a running clock. Louis Taylor's pretty happy with that next to us there. And what have we got
Dwayne
there?
Davey going the professional foul at the in the back court.
And that's what pays to have your seniors still in your team, I must say. There are some who don't understand that, as they'll go to the foul line there.
Well, I think it's about balance for a lot of these teams, is having some veterans to teach these younger kids, but making sure we're freeing enough spots for the kids coming out of under 18s, both in reserves and in Premier League, because otherwise they get lost to these clubs. They wander off, they find another sport to play, or they just stop playing, and that I think we have to really arrest that.
Being able to retain participants after under 16s, under 18s.
That's it, because those, and Jordan Walker's another good example of this. He's still coaching an under 16s team and an under 18s team here at the Kings while he plays seniors for the Dominoes, and it's people like that we need around our clubs, because otherwise the young kids, the huge demand for coaches. We talked earlier about this, glory days, and really it's coaches, courts and referees increasingly that are the only constraints on the growth of this sport.
Yes, well, there's plenty of media coverage left, right and centre, and you've got coverage right here on the West Coast Ball Connection. Dom White's played nutmeg with the opposition and thrown that out of bounds. Unlucky not to hit a leg there. How's your junior side shaping up, David? I know you're doing a bit of coaching. Coaching screaming, we'll let someone else determine that. But how's your team shaping up heading into the season?
Well, after a massive grand final win against Rocket Rodney Graham's side in the under-18 domestic last year, I've graduated to coaching the under-18 Shield boys. And the very best bit of coaching advice I ever got from one A. Stewart, 495 games in the NBL.
The second most misses without making a game. Stewie would be happy that record got broken.
That frankly...
and I wouldn't have picked that, seeing Stewie's efforts in previous years.
Exactly. And that's a wrap here at the Dominoes.
The Dominoes got the win there, won by 6.
Pleased for them,
and
genuinely.
Full congratulations to their entire organisation, who've, especially over the last few years, went from a club that was sort of only fielding really your under 12 teams to a maximum, and now all of a sudden they're sitting there. I think they've been able to tap into some of the East Coast kids that come through for college and stuff, so they're utilising them. Footballers who don't mind having a bit of a run round as well. That helps them build with numbers. So that's a good start. Hang on a second. What was that, John? Yeah, will do. Sorry about that.
It's on the Kings page.
Just got to share. I better share that through. Yes, I do have to share the link for the state team. I better whack that SD card in. They'd like a copy of that
that's
as well.
Nate Brereton, of course, coming over to inquire whether he could get the footage. And, of course, Nate now with BTAS up north. It's great to see.
And doing a lot of great work.
Nate, who's a qualified accountant, deciding that accounting's not for him and coaching is. And I really wish him all the very best, because we need to be able to, he came up to me here as I walked into the stadium and just said to be able to work full-time in basketball is a dream come true. So isn't that great? I want to see more and more young Tasmanians being able to do that. And certainly, Nate, I think, is a bloke who, could well end up at that kind of NBL level coaching. And with the Jack Jumpers here now, big opportunity for him and others to step up to that level, I think.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work amongst the basketball community. There's the photo over there of the Dominoes. Pretty happy there in their win. And again...
First win in Premier League men's in how long, did you say?
Almost 35 years.
Oh, that's pretty spectacular day. It is a pre-season tournament, so let's not jump the gun too much.
It's like watching the Knicks before the All-Star break.
I nearly wore my Knicks jersey down today, but I didn't think I'd get away with it with you on the telecast here, mate.
She's all good, mate. Just checking with Pete Roby. The resident cameraman's getting a break. He gets to watch his son while someone else gets to record for him.
Judging comments
about himself. Only time, Stewie. He wants good press. If it's not press, he does it good. If it's not good press, he wants no press.
That's it.
Shout out to Stewie.
Look, speaking of veterans here, there's a Dwayne Radcliffe suiting up for the Wolves. When was the last time we saw him in a Wolves
Wouldn't have
jersey?
seen him playing local league since he was playing with the Chargers in 2017.
That's it.
And I don't recall him. I've covered the local league since 2018, and even on the couple of weeks he'd be back visiting, he didn't play then. As you can see, the great AOS, old school as they call him apparently, Glenn Fairfield, he wants to scratch that coaching bug, so he's in there helping out as well. I know Tommy Etchell's meant to be assisting them as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. Lost their first game. Hobart, just quickly, by the way, are 0-2 to start this tournament. So they're going to have to really pick up the pace here. But I would suggest that leaves them out of grand final contention. But again, they're a solid young team who are probably going to go through a redevelopment stage. You've got a couple of senior players that aren't there. But as you mentioned, David, at the end of the day, tournaments and seasons like this are where you really want to rebuild.
Absolutely, and I see young Corey Davey there over in the stands, not suiting up for Hobart Phoenix.
Did you say young Corey Davey?
For the first time in a while.
I hope Corey's tuning in. He'll enjoy that one.
So that's all good. And we're just near the tip-off now for, what do we got? Tasmania Under-18s and the Southern Wolves Premier Men's.
Yes, the Southern Wolves Premier Men went down convincingly to the Spartans. I would describe some of their efforts as a layup line for the Spartans. And yeah, just a few ball in hand issues and a bit of movement, but again, a bigger bunch of bodies. And as you'd know, David, it doesn't matter what it's like playing against your own age group. Going up against developed bodies and men who have been playing the game is a vastly different experience. As Radcliffe with the athletic finish. And this will be a good test for the state under 18 men, who realistically, this is one of their first competitions for the year. So we'll see what they can get out of it. You'll see some traditional BTAS play here, but they are well structured, they are well drilled, and they are a talented bunch of boys. And no doubt some of the Southern boys, David, would be Shot Lab members.
They certainly are. We've got I count about 4 or 5 Shot Lab members out there on the court now. This one handling the ball, BJ Radcliffe, actually putting up some amazing numbers in the Shot Lab. He put up I think he was on 78% from the 3-point line in 50 shots the other day, so that wasn't a bad little stat. Mind you, that was the one he took a photo of and sent me, so we don't know what the rest of the day in the Shot Lab was like for him.
Luke Brown bursting out, corner 3, no good there, rebound by Isaac Collins. That's another thing I wanted to touch on, David, just briefly. What's it like to have some of the senior players at Hobart, your veterans who are, they're in their 30s, they've been playing the game 15, 20 years, didn't have this opportunity as a developing junior. What does it mean for you to see those guys coming in, endorsing the product, and most importantly, using the product?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's great, and that's one of the reasons we're looking to try to do a bit of a deal with the Hobart Chargers to get many of their senior players in. Obviously, that's great for our business. The kids want to see those players in the Shot Lab as well. I think it's good for them. Certainly BJ will tell you that that his shot's improving because of the work in the Shot Lab, I'm sure. But also, ultimately, mate, for truth be absolutely told, you know me, I am a fanboy. And I love... You hadn't noticed that, I know.
Couldn't search your Twitter for specific player names like I have previously.
And I love to see, this is why one of the great joys of my life, being involved in Tasmanian basketball, involved a bit with the NBL, a bit with, is you get to see these players up close and personal. And the truth be told, I've slagged off my business partners, so I'd better say something nice about them. The truth be told, I saw Anthony Stewart and Mark Nash run out on court as skinny kids when I was a season ticket holder at the Devils. And so, some 30 years later to be in business with them is a real thrill for me. I am ultimately a basketball fan, and seeing great players around and hanging out with great players is a real thrill.
Yes, it's always good to see, and especially too, that's the one thing you want to look at as our resident live streamer continues to want to pass in Darren Richards. I think that's the one thing too we want to see, David, is, whether it be at local league, whether it be through Swisher, whether it be through BTAS pathways, whatever it may be, I think the whole idea is that we see more Anthony Stewarts, that we see more Mark Nashes, so that in 30 years you have players who, they've gone away, they've achieved what they wanted to achieve, they've showed that the pathway works, but they've come back to endorse the pathway and grow it some more.
Absolutely. And look, there's a young Lockie Boucher who's just joined the Wolves. He wasn't in the starting five, but he's popped onto the court now. And, of course, young Callum Boucher, and you talk about basketball pedigree. Of course, I started playing basketball in grade 4. My very first coach was their grandfather, Roger Boucher, who I see sitting along in the stands from me here in the striped top watching his grandsons play against each other. And, great basketball pedigree, and I really hope to see those Boucher boys go on with it and go really far with it as well.
Of course, David, having started his game back with peach baskets and underhanded jump shots, as Radcliffe goes in off the glass, a lovely finish there. That'll be a quick time out.
On the 8-foot rings up at Mount Nelson Primary, mate.
The 8-foot rings. Oh, I meant seniors. Okay, we'll push with that. 9-2, our scoreline here, and the BTAS boys have gone in for a timeout. Southern certainly looking a slight bit better than their first game.
And you're right about that size, aren't you? That and I think we'll see a bit of that in the next game with the Kings coming up against the Hobart Phoenix boys. You'll see the Kings, who have got many of them with men's bodies, playing some of those younger boys, and I think it'll be a fairly physical approach.
Yes, well, Lucas Simpson was absolutely dominating in his
of a men's body,
his game before. Whether it was just mouse in the house, whether it was taking advantage of the baseline. Even to a certain point, people underestimate the idea of a good passing big because. To try and negate someone who's 6'5", 6'6", passing over the top of everyone at 6'2", it's a major advantage. And I'll pick on myself here, David, being vertically challenged in the passing game.
That's why we're on the mics.
Exactly right. It's very hard to get over the top, but.
Well, Lucas Simpson's a great return for the Kings this season. He's been coaching the boys. He had a year off coaching. He coached. The under-18s Kings Premier League side a couple of seasons ago. I had only really ever seen him as a coach in recent years, and came back to tryouts this just a few weeks ago and dominated there. I thought, hello, he's going to be a very good addition to that Kings Premier League side. And
a lot of those boys, David, that do play for the Kings, we'll get to this one very shortly, but your Pawsons, your Bresencheks, your Clapses, your Shepherds, your Stratsmers. At the moment you've got your Nyhouse, young Nash. Even in your reserve team, there was the Hartogs of the world. That's a very good mix of height, size, strength and youth that certainly have your club sitting in good stead moving forward.
I would have thought so, and I think that's probably why your Jordan Walkers have decided I'm going to take my my talents to Dominoes. It's a really quite a deep 10. Actually, and that's without Jacob Richards, who was going to suit up.
And Ambrose Augusta.
And Ambrose, of course, because of the Chargers' policy around playing in the northwest, not playing in the south.
You're either one or the other.
That's right. And so it is a very strong Kings side. And just looking here, over the first few games today, I would have to say the Kings would be going into this season pretty well as favourites. What do you think?
The only question I have is the fitness of some of the Spartans boys. They're also going to be without Cal Barker, who of course has signed back with Frankston and will be over there for the duration of that season. If you've got a fit Liam Smith, Adrian Peach, Connor, and he's just had his No, he did have his foot.
I don't think so, Jay.
He had his toe on the line,
Controversial call, I'm calling that with Lockie Boucher. He reached over, but it's not soccer. It's not whole of the ball, hold the line. It's your foot on the line. And I don't think he had any contact over that line.
No, Glenn Fairfield asking the question.
I'm with you, Glennie.
Don't tell him that. He'll be with you for the next 15 telling you how correct you are. But, no, it's good to see, clubs like that. I mean, especially with the Kings, they've been a side that I'm not saying have been down and out, but, I mean, they've been a team at senior level that's still been rebuilding and well. But I think just for the Spartans, I think the big question is going to be the fitness of Liam Smith and the health regarding injuries around him and his brother Connor. Adrian Peach coming back in. I mean, they had their senior men's side was their under-22 state side there at one point. Such was the depth as well. You can never underestimate the heart of a champion, but I think the Kings are ready to take that next step for sure.
If you're a betting man now, which I know you are, you'd probably...
Jesus, thanks Gamblers Anonymous sponsoring our stream here. Yes, continue on.
You would know. You would probably say it's a Kings-Llanelki Spartans grand final.
Well, just looking at the games today, I would say so. But again, the one outlier I always have, David, and I have for the last few years, nearly steps out of bounds there, but that's a good finish there by the young fella in the corner. I'll get a team sheet at quarter time. The one thing that always holds me 50-50 on all these decisions is the play of the Grenadiers, because, I mean, last season for 4 weeks there was not a team, I don't think, or so does their game, and you would argue an all-star reserves team would certainly give them a run at times. So I certainly think they're the three this year. If Hobart's going into a rebuild, then, of course, that will change things. I think Hobart will then fall to fourth and see who falls into line after that. The Southern Wolves will have plenty of experience. I think they're probably that fourth team at the moment, though, just from what I'm seeing here. But, I mean, it's good for, the last couple of years, it's been the same 2 or 3 teams. It'll be good to have a season of diversity and some alternate contenders.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with you. I mean, the other thing we're, of course, all looking forward to is the Chargers' return to the floor. And, of course, the NBL 1 season after a COVID delay last year getting underway as well. All of that, those games for the Chargers, home games, going to be played here at the Kingborough Sports Centre. So, look, there's going to be some really great basketball played over 2021 here in Tasmania, and I'm really, and of course there's some NBL stuff happening up in Launceston.
Yes, well they wouldn't be far away from announcing that fixture, I wouldn't imagine.
That's true, and with up to 6 games, you're bound to see some of the top side. While New Zealand Breakers might not set everyone's hearts aflutter, having seen them.
But we do thank the Breakers for being here for 5 to 6 games. Of course, we wouldn't have those games without the Breakers.
That is true, and the very great generosity of our Premier Peter Gutwin, shoveling $750,000 at them, of course. But be that as it may, it will be good to have some NBL in the north of the state. I think it'll be good for the Jack Jumpers organisation to work out how to run NBL games.
Yeah, it'll be a very good test.
Of course, it'll be a good test for Launceston, I think, to see.
Is it very similar to a football argument where, okay, we want to go and see action. We know we've got our own team coming. So do we really want to go out and watch these guys? Or are we going to wait? I wonder where the balance will be on that. But, I mean, as you mentioned, 5 or 6 games, it's a good test for the state. It's a good test for the Jack Jumpers organisation to really see where they're at as far as facilities, attendance, organisation, etc. And it'll give them, 6 months to really basically patch everything up.
Yep. Well, we saw the Breakers here on this floor, of course, as Tasmanian under-18 side takes it down the floor.
9-13 our scoreline here. Ball still in control.
We saw the Breakers here on this floor as a pre-season game against South East Melbourne Magic. I thought they looked very underdone and was surprised they've even won a game so far. But
that's South East Melbourne Phoenix, by the way.
And that's it. Oh, did I say Magic?
Yeah.
Look, I'm living in the 90s, see?
I'm not here to comment on what you're wearing. I'm wearing
the throwback Puma Ralph Sampsons, mate.
I was going to say, if they're not the Sampsons, you got to get yourself a pair of those Clyde Pumas.
Oh, yes.
You'd probably get more of a chance to get around Madison Square Garden than a Nick's Grade in those, by the way, in the latest form. But
Indeed. Anyway, with 6 games of that NBL, you are likely to see some of the superstars of the game for sure. Your Chris Caldings may show up, and no doubt we'll see. Well, with 6 out of the other remaining 8 teams in the NBL coming down, we're going to see some very good basketball at that, I suspect.
Yes, the NBL's had some good highlights along the way. Just a quick shout out on behalf of myself and Ronnie for to coach Scott Roth and the Jack Jumpers organisation, allowing us to get an interview with Scott on Wednesday morning. We uploaded that one yesterday or the day prior, certainly up in the last 24 hours. Always great to have their time. And just having talked with Scott on camera and off camera, they've certainly got, I believe, a solid leader in that coach's position, someone of experience both on and off the floor from realistically all parts of the world of basketball that, as he said, wants to build a winner, wants to build a championship team, but most importantly, having spoken to him in other conversations, the big thing he wants to look at is people who fit Tasmania. He doesn't want to, they don't want to market to a point where we're just looking at people that are coming for the money or coming for a payday. They want people that fit the Tasmanian brand, that fit the Tasmanian team, that are winners and want to compete.
Well, that's a very nice move at the basket from that young number 51. I don't know.
That's Mr. Hayward from the Northwest, one of Penguin's sons. Right. Very key rotation in the NWBU there.
Lovely footwork in the paint.
But it's good to see that the Jack Jumpers are keeping the holistic Tasmanian mindset in their approach to their team and not just taking that approach of, see player, get player, win game. Really wanting to build that community.
I've known it inherently anyway, really, is that, Tasmania's not Melbourne. You build things from the ground up in Tasmania. You don't just plonk them from on high, do a couple of tweets and hope 1% of the population shows up. You've actually got to go town by town, city by city, school by school, club by club, and build the support from the ground up. And that's how you build a successful basketball franchise. Those fans will stick with you through thick and thin, win or lose, although, of course, winning is also important. And I like... I haven't met the man yet. I haven't watched your interview in full yet with him, but I will this evening. And what I really like out of the interview that I've seen so far is that he's saying, I want to win a club, build a club that's going to win.
Yeah.
Because, we do. That's what...
and that, as much as people probably don't like the fact at times, ultimately the big key with successful Tasmanian teams and successful Tasmanian support bases are winners.
Absolutely. And they will have that place absolutely jam-packed. It'll be impossible to get a ticket in those first 3 seasons as long as we're making finals and looking like a contender, and probably within year 3 to 5 looking like a genuine contender to win the premiership.
It'll be interesting to see how that all unfolds there. Probably the only other thing I know that you told me personally that you learned at the Chargers is that you can't sack good volunteers, and it might be the only reason I still have a job.
Volunteers are very hard to sack, and we've got a few Dominoes folk wandering by looking very happy with their first win in Premier League.
As they should be too.
Indeed.
Some good finish, a strong second half, which is what they want. Strong second quarter here coming up between the state team and the Southern Wolves. The state team getting blown out early. Again, it's those bigger bodies, and as we mentioned, David, competing your own age group against competing at people that are a bit older and a bit bigger and more developed. But the state team are in the state team for a reason.
Yep.
They've adjusted well and, tie ball game with some nice moves.
And look, while it does, and it's sometimes frustrating for coaches that some of their best young guys and girls are playing in these sort of comps as the state rather than, for Wolves, for Phoenix, for wherever their home club is. That can be frustrating for those club coaches. But actually I think it's a great thing because these young state fellas are going up against big men's bodies like Radcliffe Senior there, who has a big man's body.
Yeah, that's a 6'6". That's a genuine 6'6". Yep. That'd be, I reckon that's a century there running around on the feet too.
And that can only be good for them, frankly, in their own development. Well, I'm going to love you and leave you, I think, JB.
No worries, mate.
Absolutely enjoyed being, I feel quite privileged being on the West Coast Basketball Connection. I've been waiting for you to ask me. It's been years.
The only reason this was created was because our original outlet was dissolved through communication and issues with greater higher bodies. So technically, with you causing the dissolve... mild suspended sentence, maybe, David?
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, we're all back in town.
Absolutely. No, we've. It's good to get people involved in the basketball community, and at the end of the day, Ronnie and I like to use this as an outlet, because there's stuff we cover, for everyone around the state, as they know. We're Chargers TV, we're BTAS TV, but sometimes you've got to have an outlet where you can cover everything. You can have that freedom of speech. You know, because there are just certain things you can and can't talk about in certain channels. This gives us an outlet to talk about it all, encompass it all, get the people about that are involved in it all, and ultimately just give a full, broad, unbiased perspective on the game in the state. And I mean, if you're involved in it, that's a good 8-second violation. They're good defence from the state team.
A nice full court press that Nate Brereton's called there, or diamond press, or whatever he's running.
Yeah, it's just good to get everyone involved, and of course it has been taking us a while to get you involved, but you were interviewed for the Wolverine opening, so you have featured on here. You haven't featured live, but we've proven that you probably handle the live press. It's not like you haven't done it before, so
well,
about to try and defend that.
I will end with this, JB, and let you go. I think, without West Coast Basketball, without Chargers TV, without what you do with BTAS, you know, the game in Tasmania would be so much poorer for it and less colourful. I personally watch and listen to pretty much everything you guys produce, and I genuinely love every second of it. So I can't wait, to be honest with you, for your live feed at NBL 1 this year, your live feed at Wednesday night senior men's and women's basketball. If the truth be told, there were a few weeks last year where it was just cold and wet and miserable. I thought, nah, I'm not making the drive to Kingborough. I'll stay home and watch the live stream, and I genuinely really enjoyed it, and I thank you both, you guys, for what you do for the sport and for basketball, because you do it. It's sometimes thankless, but I thank you, and I know every basketball fan in Tasmania loves what you do. So keep it up. And we're looking forward, as Swisher, to supporting you guys along the way as well, as much as we can, because you're such a big part of the basketball scene here in Tassie. No,
we do thank you, David. You have been one of our biggest supporters. There's no question about that, even though you don't really think I know much about the game. I'll take the compliment. Again, there's a lot of people listening that
we won't get into our war on LeBron.
there's a lot of people that don't think I know anything about the game, but I somehow still have a job in it.
Anyway, go Knicks.
Yeah,
go Knicks, go Jack Jumpers, go Chargers, go Kings.
Absolutely.
And I'll leave you with that, JB.
That's a good way to put it. Thanks, mate. Of the Kingborough-Huon Kings, of Swisher, of former political and music fame. Some would argue both have improved since his exit. Whether they improved, bloody hell. Yep, there we go. I mean, he's not wrong. I'm not right either. There's a reason AJ hasn't got a gig today. We'll put it that way. But thank you very much again, David, for joining in. Again, we're halfway through the second quarter here. State team under 18s taking on the Southern Wolves. And again, the state team, after being down by quite some deficit early on in the first quarter. Thanks again, mate. I'll talk to you soon. I've managed to really try and get back. Hello, camera's just dipping left, right and centre. I better square that one back up. State team on the drive through Boucher, and he's cleaned up. And do we have a substitution or a timeout? We have a timeout, so we'll take a quick break there and go and get a team sheet. Ball inbounded there. Shout out to the Kings boys listening to me, literally next to me. Why you want to hear my voice twice, I don't know. Boucher fighting up from the low block. Good score there. Back in front now, 21-20. Coming in from the timeout, Southern Wolves down by 1. Good backwards and forwards action here in the second quarter. Johnson now. Step back jump shot, good. As I just make sure, definitely got volume there. Let's try and get this. Johnson again on the break. Good finish. Back into this better. So the under-18 team, Boucher now, putting up a floater. Couldn't get that to fall. That one, is that off Brown? It was off Brown, so that will be Southern Wolves. The Isaac fan club makes no noise on his entrance. Plenty of noise at the start of the day. Johnson again. The Wolves just making a bit of a run here. It's Tyson Joseph for 3, no good. Rebound by Noah Johnson. And he's looking for Dwayne Radcliffe inside. He's just mousing the house. Stripped down low, double team, works his way inside. Once the contact gets it, he'll go to the line for 2. So Lockie Maynard, I apologise. Eli French, Cow Boucher, Lockie Brewer, and Luke Brown for the state team, who now have the ball, 21-24. Taken away by BJ Maynard. Floater, that's a good finish. Tends to be the energy guy in this state team. You're going to need to bring some of that here as the crowd's gone dead silent. As Johnson inside wants more points. Can't get them to fall. Boucher with a rebound. Fake inside, up and under. Takes a contact and gets it to fall. Nice finish. Johnson comes back through to Joseph. Goes for the gap, gets the defender down. They've called the offensive foul. He's not happy with that. And substitutions for the Wolves. And not much happening there for the state side. Eli French now with the ball. So Brown to Boucher, couldn't get it done. Oldham gives to Isaac Collins, who in turn gave to Gino. Gets it back now via Radcliffe. Back to Collins. Gino, 3 seconds, needs to get moving. Radcliffe doesn't mind a jump shot. Takes that one. Bang! French again with the point guard duties. 25-28. Reach there by... There's Boucher inside. No good. Brown reach. No good. Oldham Collins. Has support. Doesn't use it. Coming down the floor now. Stop. Pop. Oldham again. He wants to get inside. Does. Defended well, but makes that one. Maynard can't get the block, and French running the point once again. 30-25. And Brewer... Tyson Joseph, too easy to the lane. Can't get that to fall. Not happy with his efforts. Maynard on the far side has Brewer on the cut. Doesn't use him. Comes back through. Eli French on the wing. Gives to Boucher. Mid-range jumper. Barely gets off the floor for that. The ball doesn't go in. Oldham with a rebound. Isaac Collins getting back down the floor again. Thank you to David Bartlett of Swisher for joining us for an extended period there. For almost most of that second half of that game and a major part of the first half here as Cow Boucher's been hit. He's down. And we'll see what's going to happen there. He gets up off the floor. Substitution, Lockie Boucher coming in. And Callum Boucher down to the bench holding his head. 43 seconds remaining in this quarter. So the state team are going to want to get a bit of momentum here. See what they can do. And that's a double dribble violation. Gino down the floor. Over to Collins. Gives to Joseph. Gives the dribble, gives to Boucher. That's Lockie. Goes baseline. Gets him in the air. Can't get the score. Maynard round the back. He's got Brewer in support. Gets him there. Big. Was that a block or a goaltend? No, that's waved off. They wanted it. Nothing there. So that'll do us at half time. 27-30 our scoreline. Just get the zoom in there. Doing some recording here for those who can hear it on the live stream. State team getting the game on SD. Commentary won't be available for them. They'll have to go and, well, I don't blame them, not download it from there. Half time, we'll take a quick break. The camera and to get everything balanced out. So 27-34, that's Eli French into Marley. Brewer, and he scores that one there. So it's a 5-point ball game, 34-29. Southern Wolves to the left of screen. State under 18s team to the right. And let's see how things perform for them here. Jump shot, nothing but net, and not in a good way as Boucher saves that. Thought he landed. Oldham trying to get that. He couldn't get that done either. It's French now down the floor. That's Brewer, Brown, Marley, Wardle, I believe it is, and Lockie Maynard on the far side. State under 18s with the offensive rebound. French out to Maynard. Couldn't get the friendly roll as Boucher dumps that down to Collins. And we will keep rolling on from free time later. Collins has spent half an hour in the lane. He's got away with it too, fetching that rebound. Marley Hordle down the lane. Wanted contact. Got it. He'll go to the line for two. As this is the first. Who were convincingly beating their first game against the Spartans. Now in a bit more of a dogfight in their second game as Collins up and under. Can't get that to fall. Down the floor they go. That'll be Brewer. Boucher launching for the block. Missed that. Brewer with the offensive rebound. And that's a nice back for him. 2 points in it. We've got a game on our hands here. Kingborough Sports Centre 1. Shout out to the Kingborough-Huon Basketball Association. Swisher, Scotty Boucher, getting things done for us. Outlet there. Brewer with the ball down low on Collins over the top. Good defence there, hand in the face. Got some support there. It's a pretty talented lineup out here at the moment for the Wolves. They need to capitalise on it. Johnson now to BJ. Out to Lockie Boucher. Callum Boucher still off. Sore head. Not sure what went on there. Away defender in the face. Nothing but net. Tells him about it too. Eli French now with the ball. Out to Brewer. Gives to Hordle. Brown wanted to get something done. He knows this court well. Maynard's open for three. Saturday, March 13th, 2021. Radcliffe for back-to-back baskets. No good. And a substitution. Just checking into the game there. Fraser Payne. And number 51, Kai Savage. Savage, French, Hordle, Brown and Brewer. Meanwhile, it's Payne, Johnson, Joseph, Boucher and Radcliffe for the Wolves. Long shot by Brewer. No good. Fraser Payne leaving for the rebound. Second smallest man on the floor, guarded by that man French, who's really pushing the works there. Savage trying to guard, loses his man. And there's Boucher. Can't get that to go. He's not happy with himself. Sense of frustration. Savage down the floor now. Gives to Brown. He's open for three. No good. Rebound by Savage though. Second chance opportunities here for BTAS. Kick back out. He's open. No accountability defensively. They get away with that though, the Wolves. A third opportunity for BTAS. They can't capitalise. They're not going to be happy with that. 3 consecutive offensive rebounds for no points. Payne's just going to settle things down now. 4 minutes left here in the third quarter. Southern Wolves lead 39-35. What has been a competitive third period. Payne's open. He had his hand in the air, didn't quite get it. Johnson, good cut there by Payne. That pass just a little too leading. And a substitution coming in there for BTAS as Zaki Anis comes in and Dwayne Radcliffe comes in, as well as Lockie Boucher heads out for a bit of a break. And Nate Brereton, the coach of the BTAS team. Jeremy Hill's assisting him there. Meanwhile, old school AOS doing the job for the Wolves. Savage now to Brewer. So he passes to Anis. Brown doing the work there. Thought he was fouled. As Brewer gets in. Joseph's hit the deck. Ball's bouncing around like a pinball. Joseph just gets up a little ginger. Lights are shining a little brighter here at the Sports Centre, depending on the weather. Again, a lot of pre-season sport happening here at the Sports Centre Twin Ovals precinct. As that ball's just coming to our broadcast area. Nice chases that one down. Inside 3 minutes of the third quarter here. And the whistle is gone as Joseph heads out. Oldham checks back in. He's not looking too healthy. He's just going to have to check his ankle there. He's going to try and run that off a little. Obviously, Willie Joseph over the back. Might go and see him shortly as Dwayne Davies wandering in the back court. There, here goes Payne now. He was stripped, got caught on the arm. He'll go to the line for 2. As Payne misses. Rebound there by Radcliffe though, draws the contact, no call, gets it done. That extends that back out to 6, certainly the biggest body that they will be competing against this weekend, the state under 18 team. And a veteran too, former AIS recipient, both he and Terry Masunda here in the south. There's Anise out to Brewer, who in turn kicks to Brown and knocks the shot down well. Brown certainly able to shoot. Good luck to anyone who wants to compete with him in a few years when he really starts to put that muscle mass on. Here's Payne again. Anise guarding him well. Radcliffe gives to Johnson. Trying to direct traffic there is Dwayne Radcliffe. Gives to Oldham now, guarded by Brown. 5 seconds on the shot clock. They need to get working. Skip pass. Johnson needs to shoot. Gets it off. No good. And they let the state team just clear it out there. 90 seconds left in the third quarter here. Good pass. Brewer underneath. Excellent ball movement there by the state team. As things start to heat up a bit. It's a 1-point ball game. And BTAS have gone into a pressing defence. As Payne tries to break the defence down. And that's going to be on the floor. That one on Anise. There's Dwayne. Mouse in the house. Turns round, fades. No good. Back iron. Rebound there by Savage. Over to Anise. Cowboucher still yet to come back into this game after hitting his head. Let's hope he's all right. See whether he's okay. Marley Hordle. Anise breaking down the defence there. Savage. Kicks out to Hordle again. Had the easy drive. Gives to Anise. Needs to get it up. Dumped down. That's good ball movement. Blocked. Get out of the way. And they commit the foul right with 1 second to go. That'll send the state team to the line for 2. Misses the first. As they make the second there, 42-41. The clock is yet to start. Someone could get onto that, please. That'd be great. Hordle, Anise, Brewer, Brown, and Savage. So the clock gets underway. Inside 20 seconds here. 41 apiece, and that is going to be a handspell. Hordle not happy with the call. Never known a player to be happy with a call. 12.2 remaining. And they are away. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, drive. Get out of here, he says. And that'll do us for three-quarter time. 41 apiece. Set for a fantastic last quarter of basketball. And we'll see how it all plays. Hang on a second. we've got a technical foul after the whistle. So, going to register that. That is a technical foul after the whistle to BJ Radcliffe. Something I wasn't expecting. So the last quarter coming up, Ron Nash has walked in to the building. So we will start this fourth quarter with technical free throws. We'll do around the scoreboard check in the NBA. Final scores, we'll see Philadelphia beat Washington. They're up 30 at the moment. The Nuggets are up 103-102 on the Grizzlies. Pelicans are up 110-77 on the Cavs. Halftime in the Spurs and Bulls, 42 apiece between the Bulls and the Heat, 47-39 between the Spurs and the Magic. Jazz and Rockets about to get underway, and the Lakers and the Pacers yet to take the floor. So we'll start with the technical free throws here to start this quarter. One of the strangest starts I've seen. That's around the rim, no good there. So a technical that was nothing in the end. Savage, Phoenix Roby, and I will get a name up in a second for our young man in the number 36 jersey as Savage goes baseline. So Savage's name's Randy. Number 36 is listed. Maynard is number 9. Who am I looking at? I am nameless on that one. Inside Boucher. I am nameless on that one. Apologies in advance there. In the meantime, Boucher will go to the line to make this a 3-point game early on in the fourth quarter. And he does. Been playing minutes in the NWBU for Devonport. Speaking of Devonport, Cohen Sapwell, 50 points on Tuesday night. Latest Chargers recruit. Getting some good pre-season form in. He won't be too far away from Hobart. And East wanting to get inside, can't. Closed off by Radcliffe. The Wolves looking to do a bit. The state under-18 team trying to get through the defence. Bailout shot, no good. Rebound by Boucher. That's Lachlan, not Callum. Callum's wearing 26 for the state team. He's back on the floor after a head knock on the floor in the second. And he goes to bully his brother. Gives out to Johnson. He's on line from where we are. Didn't take it. Good defence. That'll be a hands foul. And we will see where this develops to here. Fortune gets that one to fall. So the Wolves now lead by 5 in what's been a competitive game here and a good outing. Good way to test the legs here for the state team as Roby gets inside. Athletic finish. The Phoenix Roby fan club go absolutely wild next to us. Phoenix having a massive season at senior level as Johnson gets inside. Wanted contact, doesn't matter, gets to the basket. It's back to 5 points again. Phoenix Roby. No good. Out of the clouds, Callum Boucher. Massive rebound there. Wanted to travel, didn't get it. Skip pass, Savage. Going to have to nickname this kid Randy if he gets any more Savage. Fadeaway, Boucher, that's good. And things just starting to tighten up a bit here. BTAS wanting to put the pressure on. Boucher versus Boucher. As Lockie gets ahead of Cow there. He wants to run to the basket. I think he wants a jam here. Loses a handle on the ball. Gets it back though. And he's fighting for the ball. He's thrown that nice and clean underground. They're away again, the state team. Look there, Savage had a chance, didn't use it. Boucher again, 3. Can't get the roll. Dwayne Radcliffe didn't really have to get on the floor, off the floor for that one. Used his height, and he's thrown it straight away, though, to Savage. Corner three by BTAS, no good. Anish with a long offensive rebound, that'll count. Phoenix Roby skip pass to Savage. He wasn't quite where he thought the pass would be. BTAS inside, Anish underneath. Roby underneath, good finish. BTAS team getting on the board here. 1 point ball game, 48-47. PJ Radcliffe got to make a decision. Does. Johnson underneath. Oh, he jams the ball. Couldn't get it to go. Thought it was out of bounds. Saved by Phoenix Roby. By Savage on the far side now. Here to make a decision. Roby needs to make a decision. BTAS want a shot. They go inside, can't get it. Hands by Johnson. Good pressure defense there by the Wolves. Still unable to get anything. That pass is long. Hands by Johnson again. Savage gets the defender on skates. Anish wants to get inside. Smallest bloke on the floor. Forces it up. Can't get it done. And the biggest bloke on the floor gets it out. Johnson should get an easy layup. And does. Good finish. That just puts a bit more of a buffer in. 50-47. This boy's getting up and down the floor. Pace is lifting. Phoenix Roby, skip pass. Savage, three. No good, off the rim. And that will be substitutions. Well, I've read it all now. It's unbelievable. Get to that a little later. Southern Wolves now to inbound the ball. As, other than French, state team going with all of their bigs almost. Planning on making a run here. That one's forced out of bounds. So the under-18s team down 50-47. And looking to make a comeback here. Phoenix Roby gets out top. Wants ball movement, gets it. Maynard for three. Said he was an energy guy. And he brings it. 50 apiece as Gino steps through. Payne nearly loses the handle. Does have to pick up his handle, in fact. Radcliffe. Drop down pass. Blocked by Roby. But they've called it on the wrist. Thought he got him clean. And that will send Payne to the line. Payne at the line. Makes a second. 51-50, a literal 1 point ball game. Long pass. Idea was there, execution not so much. Fraser Payne now with the ball. Southern Wolves. He's been the primary ball handler all day for these men. Boucher, Radcliffe, three. Front of the rim, no good. Skip past the stateside, getting some ball movement. They need execution. Can Boucher deliver it? He can off the glass. Big finish there. Isaac Collins in the sub seat. And unbelievable, he's walked in the building. Bill Walton Jr.'s here. Good dump down. Get out of here, says Lockie Boucher. Not in my house today, he says. Is there a way we get him on interview? We might have to later. We'll see. Oh, no, he's turned it over straight away. As Matty Young leans down to greet his opponents. He's made it in on a Steele's second birthday. But that's a takeaway. Boucher, good steal. 52-51. He wants an open lane. He travels down it nicely. Can't get the finish. Wanted that athletic drive. Got it. Excitement building. Last 3 minutes here. Brewer. Boucher. Nothing but air. And he saved his own shot. Needs some baskets here. Drop down Boucher. Up and under. Good finish. That's the hustle we like to see. Oh, hello, Louis. How are you? You can jump on later, mate. It's fine. What can the Wolves conjure up here? Boucher for the reply. Oh, around the rim, up and down, all around. No good. Meanwhile, the stateside driving heavily. Maynard. Skip pass. French. Brewer. No good. But there's Maynard again with that energy he needs. Brown stepping through. Here's Boucher. Round and in and out and no good. Maynard lucky not to give away a foul there. As Brewer gets the clean up and finishes. They're now up by 5, inside of 2 minutes almost. And the stateside really pushing the Southern Wolves, who are looking to avoid an 0-2 start. That's a hands foul. As Coach Burton just waves his troops to silence. 56-51, 2 minutes on the dot. We've got referees coming in left, right and centre. His numbers are increasing, decreasing. Let's see how we go. They get that ball in. Radcliffe manages big screen from his brother. And that one's gone out of bounds. 1:54 remaining here. The fourth quarter. It's 56-51. Be interesting to see just how this one finishes out. A 5-point ball game. Radcliffe with the ball about 6'6", solid as you can come, easily in that 100-kilo category. Loses hands and the foul's been called. State team can't believe it. And we'll see how they can play out. Looks like the Grenadiers might be up next. I'm not too sure. I haven't checked my schedule. Great James Newitt, the great Jalen Howard, and Zach Minty. Travelling over the back there in front of us. Radcliffe misses that one. Of 2 down for Radcliffe. Needs to make the second though, to bring this back to a 4-pound. And it's going to be Wolves ball. As Boucher goes and speaks to his dad. Isaac Collins inbound the ball. 1:45 remaining here. 56-51. This game, Cliff is on that play there. State team in. Brewer, bang, good basket. Easy turnover, good pressure defence. It's now up to 7 points inside 100 seconds of this ball game. That'll count. And 1. Big drive, big basket to make this and make it 4 points. A tremendous effort. Needs to make this. And does. A quick drinks break is all we needed. Keep pushing through. BTAS still with a lead. Looking to extend that. Execution is going to be the factor. Boucher down to Brown. 1:15 remaining. 11 seconds on the shot clock. 58-54. And 6 zip on the foul count. Again in a fourth quarter. Seen a couple of games like that so far. French to inbound does. Brown Contested, doesn't make it. Wanted a foul, doesn't matter. Collins the rebound. Southern Wolves need to maintain possession. They need a basket to bring it within 2. Collins to Johnson. Back out to Collins, not afraid to shoot it. Should have been maybe. As Boucher nearly goes out of bounds. Still inside a minute. A stop and a 3-point play will make things interesting for the Wolves. Any sort of basket from the State League team will all but almost seal it. What can they come up with? Maynard for the game. It's no good. Radcliffe with the rebound. And they still need to somehow get a score. Inside 35 seconds. Johnson dribbles out of trouble. Goes inside though. High arcing. No good. Collins with the rebound. Missed. Johnson with a hard foul. They're going the other way. Letting them play. And they need a foul here, the Wolves. One shot will end it. They want to end it. Will Brewer do it? Who knows? 7 seconds. They need something. Maynard forced his way inside. He was fouled on the floor. But that will send him to the line. Will it? No, that is the first foul by the Southern Wolves in the 4th quarter. Can someone explain how that is the only foul? A very disciplined defensive effort is how I would describe it. And they've just only got to hold it out. There's no time left on the court. With 0.8 seconds, they foul. And that's the game. Final scores here, 58 from 2 to start. A tight game here with the Wolves. Oh, sorry, for the Wolves against the state team. And a blowout against the Kings. So we'll take another quick break. And then we will watch the Kings and Hobart take one another on in what's sure to be the final game for Hobart today. Potentially the final game of their tournament. We'll be back with you shortly.